Hello, hello. Good morning. So right now, I started the stream a little bit early. You won't see anybody on the camera and any voices till about 7 o'clock. So that'll be another 15 minutes. Well, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Obviously, if you're in Utah, I think you guys are an hour ahead. So it'll be starting an hour earlier in Utah. So I'll be in the background watching and whatnot today. I'll be on for a little bit. And don't forget, hit that thumbs up or the thumbs down or whatever. Comment. It'll help us get into the algorithm if you like these videos. If you don't, then well, what can I do? Anyhow, I appreciate it, and like I said, I'll be in the background.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael, is it COADY? Is that how you pronounce your last name?
Yes, sir.
Offender number 234863. Mr. COADY, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
You've got 3 allegations. Did you have the opportunity to review those with counsel, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you feel ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as mentioned, we do have Ms. Conyers, counsel for Mr. COADY present. Ms. Conyers, are you ready to enter pleas on behalf of your client and any additional information or recommendations that you have?
This one off screen.
Ms. Conyers, just a moment. We can't hear you. Should we go off record for a second till we get it figured out?
Devices.
All
I
right,
had a question. Once we're back on the record, I actually had a question for APMP. I don't see that anything's filed, so I wanted to know an update on that, if possible.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and I think we are back on record, so Agent Cummings, if you could probably respond to that, and then if you wouldn't mind, I'll just swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you, and go ahead.
So as of yesterday, the charges were still being screened by the county attorney's office. And I just checked while we were having technical difficulties. I still do not see a case filed in Mr. COADY's case for a new one. Figured I'd check just in case they had filed something overnight, but I don't see anything yet.
Agent, do you know who is screening the charges so that we can follow up on these? I'd hate for us to have any delay because we're not following up.
I don't. Agent McKernan is the one who actually handled Mr. COADY's case while he was here at the NUCCC and has been checking up with the county attorney's office at least a couple of times a week since he left here. And he is continuing to do so. So
Okay. Well, with that information, knowing that these charges are going to be filed, it sounds like from APMP, I guess what we need to do at this point is deny all of the allegations and set this over for 60 days while this is being filed. I would ask Agent Cummings if there's a way that we can follow up or confirm that we're going to stay on top of this. I'd hate for this to just sit for 60 days.
Again, Agent McKernan has been contacting the county attorney's office a couple of times a week because he is more than a little frustrated at this point.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. COADY, did you understand that they are screening?
Yeah, am I able to get an evidentiary hearing? Because I don't feel like these charges are going to be screened. I don't feel like they are going to be charged. And I don't feel like I am guilty, so.
So what the board will do is they'll set this out for a 60-day paper review. And then if charges aren't filed, they can get you back on a calendar as soon as that information is relayed to the board. They'll set it out that 60-day period, and then ideally it gets determined sooner than
I
that.
have to ask for an evidentiary hearing at that later time and get a later date even after that, like.
That's how the process works. The board will set this out for a review, and then they can make another determination once the information's been provided, whether or not charges will be filed or not.
So, Mr. COADY, another way to look at that just momentarily, and we can have a breakout session if you need to, but how that works is if we have this set for an evidentiary hearing and then charges are filed, they're going to be waiting anyway for those charges to work their way through the system. So even if we were to set up for an evidentiary hearing, if Agent Cummings, if what he's saying is accurate, that charges will be filed, we're just waiting for the district attorney's office, which sounds likely, that setting it would be a moot point anyway, because it's going to be reset anyway until this court.
So in this situation, someone saw a cop at the halfway house and handed me something, a cigarette pack in front of a cop. So this wasn't even mine. So that's how I know there won't be charges filed. Like,
Well-
this wasn't found on me. This wasn't found on my person. This was somebody saw a cop 2 feet away and told me to grab something, which was a cigarette pack, and it was never on my person.
I would highly recommend that you stop talking about this at this point, even though I hear what you're saying, you're completely innocent of this. I would still recommend that you don't talk about the specific allegations. We can try and set up for an evidentiary hearing. That's what our request would be at this point. I just want you to know when that's reset and canceled, because charges are filed, that's why. So if we can set this for an evidentiary hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll provide the recommendation from council to the board,
Okay.
and then you'll get the notice of that decision here in the next couple weeks.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
guys.
Agent Cummings, anything additional?
Not for Mr. Cody's case. I do have 2 other ones I'll be covering here later.
Great.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
COADY.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Chazli Aruan. Is that how you pronounce your last name?
Yes.
Offender number 250257. Mr. Arulian, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in your disclosure documents?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from you today. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Did you get the opportunity to meet with counsel, Ms. Kate Conyers?
I did.
All right. And you feel ready to proceed today?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Conyers, I do see that there are some pending cases related to these parole allegations. I would imagine you aren't in a position to proceed today, but I'll turn the time over to you to enter pleas and provide any additional information you would like to the board.
That's right. Thank you. I spoke with Mr. Arulian on Monday, and our plan was to enter denials at this time and seek a continuance for 90 days while those proceed.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
Mr. Arulian, is that your understanding? You're going to enter denials to the allegations at this time. The board will set this out for a paper review in the next 60 to 90 days to see what the resolution of those pending cases are.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have Agent, do you mind stating your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Agent Dan Heath.
Dan Heath. And is that your understanding also? Is that how you want to proceed?
Yes.
All
Yes,
right, well, we'll set this out. Mr. Arulian, you'll get a copy of the board order indicating what's been discussed today, and then we'll move forward once those cases have been resolved.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. All right, we're getting started here in a second. Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael James, offender number 228433. Mr. James, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I have.
All right, thank you. You've got 4 parole allegations. Did you get the opportunity to meet with counsel and review those with her?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, as mentioned, we've got those 4 allegations. I'll turn the time over to you to decide how you want to proceed. Enter, please, provide a recommendation, any additional information to the board.
Yes, thank you. When speaking to Mr. James on Monday about allegation number 4, I let him know it's possible that we would need to resolve this some way other than just denying it, that might not be a possibility. In talking to Agent Cummings, it sounds like it will be filed, but because of the court it's in, an Arizona reservation court, I don't know how we're going to get information about that. So what I think is best at this time is to enter denials. Well, actually, we can admit to 1, 2, and 3. If we can enter admissions on 1 through 3, we will enter a denial on number 4, and we will seek an evidentiary hearing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. James, do you understand that you're going to enter admissions to allegations 1 through 3, a denial to allegation 4, and then have that set out for an evidentiary hearing? Is that how you want to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Agent Cummings, you were previously sworn, placed under oath. Do you have any additional information?
At this time, no. I'm going to be trying to follow up with the tribal court and with the Page Police Department as well. I've been trying to get information from them, and I will continue to do so and keep everyone updated as soon as I have more information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. James, anything additional from you? Anything you wanted to say today?
I just want to accept my responsibility today, and I appreciate you guys coming this morning and taking the time to do this hearing for me. And I look forward to the next time again. And I just want to deeply say my condolences to, to whoever I did wrong on the other end of my part, and as well as myself, and taking the time out of you guys' day to deal with this as well. So I just want to send my condolences for you guys as well, too.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. James. What'll happen moving forward is this will get set out for an evidentiary hearing. You'll get a board order, which will outline exactly what will happen moving forward.
Okay.
Ms. Conyers, anything additional from you?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Ross Gallegos, offender number 14310. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I'll be conducting your hearing today. You've got 3 parole allegations. Did you get the opportunity to meet with counsel, Ms. Conyers, regarding these allegations?
I did.
And do you feel ready to proceed today?
Sure.
All right. And as mentioned, we do have counsel, Ms. Kate Conyers here. Ms. Conyers, are you ready to enter pleas on behalf of your client on these allegations? Any additional information you have or recommendation to the board?
Yes, I'll start with the admissions. He will admit to all 3 of the allegations at this time. Our recommendation is asking for a termination. He does expire in approximately a year in September 2025. His plan is to hopefully terminate as soon as possible, and then he plans to return to Colorado, which is where his family is resides. So that's the information I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gallegos, is that how you would like to proceed? You would like to enter admissions to allegations 1 through 3?
Yes.
Okay, and then you heard the recommendation from counsel, a termination of sentence as soon as possible. And then Ms. Conyers provided some information as to what your plans are. Do you have anything additional to add to that, Mr. Gallegos?
No.
Okay, and I'll have some additional questions for you. As you can see, we do have Agent Cummings present from representing adult probation and parole. He was previously placed under oath. Mr. Cummings, do you have a recommendation from AP&P, any additional information you would like to provide?
Our recommendation is that he also serve an appropriate amount of time and terminate from the prison, whether that be that he expire his sentence or receive an earlier termination than that. We would leave that up to the board. Mr. Gallegos simply made it abundantly clear that he is unwilling to comply with parole in any capacity. His refusal to abide by a GPS monitor is a stark reminder of that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gallegos, do you want to provide an explanation as to why parole went the way it did, why you were unable to comply and follow through with the conditions of supervision?
Well, yeah, it's pretty easy to explain. It's like the employments that I did find, my case manager said there was no going to Salt Lake. And the places that I found was in Salt Lake. The last one that there's about 5 people that went to Insight Family Practice in Sandy to receive a marijuana card. So I put in, I said, well, I'd like to receive a marijuana card too, seeing how we have the resources. And he told me on that, and this is like the 2nd or 3rd time that he's told me I couldn't go to Salt Lake, but everyone in the facility is going to Salt Lake. So I figured if the rules are different for me than they are everyone in this center, then I don't need to be here. So when he held me back and then he let me go out, I was about an hour and a half later before I went out. When I came back an hour later, he wanted to put a GPS on me. I just told him, you know what, this ain't working for me. You know, I kind of figured I kind of, in the hour I got back that I had felt that I had lost, I actually just drank a cup of coffee outside before I came in. You know, so that's my absconsion.
All right.
That's kind of
All
how.
right, well, thanks for the explanation. It doesn't look like parole's worked out. You've had a number of prison commitments, a number of...
I'd hoped it would have this time. But...
And had it worked out, was the ultimate plan to get back to Colorado at some point?
Yeah.
And then what's in Colorado?
Hopefully employment. A whole different mindset, a whole different chance. I mean, with my record, I mean, it could go either way. It could be a whole nother prison. You know? There's no guarantees in life, you know that.
Yeah, that's accurate. Well, you do have a maximum 5-year sentence, which puts you at September of next year. You understand that the board could hold you up till that date?
Sure.
All right, and you've heard the recommendations from counsel and from adult probation and parole. I'll provide that information to the board as well as your statements from today's hearing. I don't know what direction the board will go. If the board's inclined to have you do parole, even though I understand that's not the recommendation from APMP or council or your recommendation, is that something that you're willing to comply with?
I don't think I want to go through that torment again. If the rules are different for me than someone else, than everyone else, I can enjoy the sunlight from here.
All right. Well, I'll inform the board that you are unwilling to parole and that you would be willing to serve out the remainder of your sentence rather than be released on supervision. I don't know that it's the direction they'll go, but at least they'll have some clarity when they review everything.
Okay.
I don't have any additional questions for you, Mr. Gallegos. Is there anything else that you would like to say before I conclude the hearing?
Just thanks for the opportunity.
All right, and thank you. Ms. Conyers, anything additional?
No, nothing. Thank you.
Agent Cummings, anything additional?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All right, thanks.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for David Russell. Mr. Russell, your offender number is 231530. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. Excuse me. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Lithgow from APNP. Mr. Russell, Agent Lithgow, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Russell, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right, very good. All right, I'll note for the record that Mr. Russell is facing, looks like 4 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, all of which are second-degree felonies. Looks like there's an initial appearance scheduled tomorrow. That's in case ending in 2126. I don't see those having been alleged as parole violations. But with that, Ms. Conyers, how are we proceeding today?
I believe that the board will still be interested in those charges, and so we would like to enter denials at that time, at this time, and ask for a continuance for 90 days.
All right.
And while the agent's on the phone, I wonder if the agent is going to amend the report.
Well, that was going to be my next. Agent Lithgow, is there any anticipation of amending the report to include those allegations?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, for sure. I guess this happened while at Nuke, I believe. And then he came out. I'm charging him with failure to register. He never listed his social media on the registry, so
Okay.
that's also pending.
Okay, and I didn't see that as pending. Is that being screened still?
Yeah, it's being screened. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's also another pending charge for David at this time.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, then, with that, I'll take judicial notice of the charges pending in 2126. I'll note the denials. Mr. Russell, I'm sure as Ms. Conyers has informed you, because there are these pending criminal charges, we're not able to move forward with respect to the allegations of parole violations at this time. We're gonna wait till those get resolved, and then we'll have you back after those are resolved. So if you're able to adjudicate that case completely quickly, then please let us know, and we can get you back on the appropriate calendar. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So I'll note the denials. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set this for a paper review in, I think, given the severity of the charges, I'm going to guess 90 days would be appropriate.
Yes, that's what we thought too. Yep.
Okay. All right. And then Agent Lithgow, if you can just update the allegations to include those pending criminal charges, then we can move forward with all the allegations at once when we get back. All right.
Sounds good. Thank you.
With that, we'll continue the hearing, or we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Ruben Gyos. Mr. Gallegos, your offender number is 72352, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. And we normally have an agent from AP&P. They have yet to join us. When they do join us, we'll swear them in. But at this time, Mr. Gallegos, I do need to swear you in as the information you give me today as testimony. So, Mr. Gallegos, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gallegos, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Very good. All right, I'll just take note, Mr. Gallegos was convicted of a third-degree felony in case heading on 1445, or failure to register as a sex offender. That's related to allegation 1. Except the court accepted his guilty plea, sentenced him to prison, suspended that sentence, and then ordered him to serve 150 days in jail and then 3 years on probation. So with that, Ms. Conyers, how are we handling the 4 allegations today?
So that attaches to allegation number 1. He will admit number 2. I wasn't sure. We intended to ask to strike or deny and strike numbers 3 and 4 as they were not charged in that information that was already handled. So I wanted to ask AP&P if they are okay striking those allegations.
All right.
And they're not logged in.
Right. Without an agent, with those denials, there's obviously, as you know, Ms. Conyers, there's the possibility that the board just wants to pursue an evidentiary. This becomes much trickier without an AP&P agent. So
it does.
My inclination would be to note the denials and then move or just set for an evidentiary, because the hearing today, I would want to talk about those 2 situations, the drug use, not just the drug use, but the allegation of drug distribution and then the solicitation as well. So
I understand that. If we can keep the admissions on 1 and 2 just in case, so that it's very clear what the evidentiary hearing is about.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. So, Mr. Gallegos, I apologize. Because we don't know, and it's possible that AP&P would still want to pursue allegations 3 and 4 regardless, even if we did have an agent here. But whereas we don't have an agent because of the seriousness of the 2 allegations that you're entering denials to, I'm going to recommend to the board that we set this for an evidentiary hearing in order to discuss these matters, so you can preserve your rights to those 2 allegations. So what that means is we'll put you back on a calendar for an evidentiary to discuss those 2 allegations at a future date.
I didn't know I was placed on probation and parole. I went to court for these things and the judge gave me 160 days in jail for these things.
What I'm saying is that the judge or the prosecutor only filed the 1 count of failure to register as a sex offender. So they did not charge you with the distribution of a controlled substance or the solicitation. The problem is that those remain as parole, as allegations of your parole. Excuse me. Allegations that you violated your parole. So there are 2 tracks that we're dealing here. There's the criminal court, and then there's this situation with the board as far as regarding your parole violation. That's what we're here to discuss, is the parole violation. So the criminal court case is done as far as your guilty plea, as far as allegation 1, but allegations 3 and 4 remain outstanding. That's the drug distribution and the solicitation. So because you're entering denials to those 2, I'm going to recommend to the board that we set this for an evidentiary hearing so that we can discuss those matters in greater detail. And that way you preserve your rights, and you require AP&P to prove those allegations. the standard of proof is lower in an evidentiary hearing than it is in a criminal court case. But that's if you're maintaining those denials, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, that's the advice you.
Well, yeah, well, that's because they found a
Well, I'm
card.
gonna
Yeah, anyway, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So all that means is that we're gonna have to put you back on a calendar for an evidentiary hearing to discuss those matters. All right, Ms. Conyers, do you have any issues with that?
No, I wanted to, if he doesn't have any questions, Mr. Gallegos, that would be my recommendation. I think that would put you in the best position. I can appreciate Mr. Gallegos's concern about this taking longer as his daughter is on hospice and doesn't have much time. And so he was anxious to get out and spend whatever time he can with her. However, Mr. Gallegos, I think it is in your best interest for us to wait and get more information. So that's what I'm recommending at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will. So first of all, Mr. Gallegos, you are admitting to the 2 allegations. You have the right to require APNP to prove those allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a mini trial. APNP has to put on the evidence. They have to prove by our proponents of the evidence, which means they have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole, as they've alleged in allegations 1 and 2. The same applies to 3 and 4, but we're denying those. So I'm just making sure you understand you're waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing in allegations 1 and 2. Do you understand that? Sorry, we didn't record that. Could you speak?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll accept the admissions to allegations 1 and 2 as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll note the denials to allegations 3 and 4. I'll take judicial notice of the new conviction in 1445. And what we'll do is we'll set this for an evidentiary hearing. And then if things can get resolved faster through the attorneys, we can get you back on another PB calendar. If not, then we'll just wait for the evidentiary hearing. Okay, Mr.
Thank you.
Gallegos?
Yes.
All right. And I'm sorry about your daughter. I know it's frustrating. And I'm sorry that she's going through a hard time and that you're not there. You're not able to be there for her. So please know my thoughts are with you. And hopefully we can get this resolved quickly. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks, Michael.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Stephen Acosta. Mr. Acosta, your offender number is 218202. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, and then from APNP, we have Agent Taufa. Agent Taufa and Mr. Acosta, we need to swear both of you in. If I could have you each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Acosta, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yeah.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Yes.
All right, and then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
What does that word mean?
Did you get a chance to meet with your attorney to prepare for today's hearing?
Yeah, just briefly, but yeah.
Okay, but you did get a chance to talk to her, and now
Yes.
you feel ready to move forward with today's hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We have 3 allegations. The first of which is alleges criminal charges. I didn't see any charges filed, but Ms. Conyers, how do you want to handle these charges today, or these allegations today?
I'd appreciate some more information from Agent Tove, if possible. And I'm sorry, Agent, I think I pronounced that wrong. Yeah, do you know what's going to happen with number 1? Are you pursuing this? I will tell you our intention was to deny number 1 and then enter no contest on number 2, and then admit number 3.
I believe we are moving forward with it at this time with number 1.
Do you know where that is in the process by any chance?
Let's see. Sorry, I'm kind of new to his caseload, so I'm not really sure exactly where that in the process is at.
Okay. Will he be handling that or will you? In other words, if somebody wanted to follow up to make sure this doesn't sit and it actually moves forward, who should I be contacting about that?
So the other case manager, he moved to a sergeant. So I mean, it would be Staber, Sergeant Staber now. He was the one that found him with the contraband inside the facility.
Okay. Okay, well, with that information, I think we will maintain the pleas that we've entered. We'll deny number 1 and we'll no contest on 2 and admit number 3. And then I guess we will seek an evidentiary hearing.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Acosta, because there's an allegation that you violated the law and there's a potential for charges to be filed, we're not in a position to resolve the question of whether you violated your parole today. You are, according to your attorney, you're entering a no contest plea to allegation 2 and an admission to allegation 3. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So as to those 2 allegations, I just want to make sure that you understand a couple of things. First, while we're not going to be able to resolve everything, you are waiving certain rights by entering those pleas to those 2 allegations. So first of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have the right to require APNP to prove all of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. An evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where APNP has to put on evidence. They bear the burden of proof. They have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. Through that, or at that hearing, you'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to defend yourself by cross-examining APNP's witnesses, as well as calling your own witnesses or producing any exhibits you found necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw a negative inference from that silence. Do you understand those rights, Mr. Acosta?
Yes.
All right. And so as to allegations 2 and 3, by entering the no contest plea and the admission, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing just as to those allegations. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to note the denial to allegation 1. I'm going to know, I'll accept the no contest plea to allegation 2, and then the admission to allegation 3. So those two allegations are resolved as far as your parole violation. But because we still have this potential for criminal charges, the allegation 1 is going to go to an evidentiary hearing. I'm going to recommend that it goes to an evidentiary hearing. If criminal charges are filed, then we'll continue that matter until those criminal charges are resolved. But as of now, we'll put you on track to come back in front of the board to do an evidentiary hearing where we have to go through that. APB has to put on evidence to show that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Acosta?
Kind of just because the second allegation is by failing to not complete the program. So that would only be if the first allegation goes through. So if that's me pleading no contest is the same as guilty on that, that doesn't make sense if the first one doesn't go through.
I hear what he's saying. I guess at this time, if we could enter a denial on number 2, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. And so, but we're going to maintain the admission to allegation 3?
Yeah.
I believed so. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'll note the denial to allegations 1 and 2. I'll accept the admission to allegation 3 as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll recommend that the board officially revoke your parole. I don't know if they will or not, but we'll set this for an evidentiary hearing then at this time.
Okay, and then so like how long is that gonna take and how will I know what's going on with this?
So I believe that it usually takes about, and maybe Ms. Conyers can correct me, she may know better than I, but it takes about 2 months.
Yeah,
About
lately
60
it's actually been only about 6 weeks. So it's been
Okay.
about a month and a half.
So about 6 weeks to get you. So we'll get you on a calendar in about 6 weeks. So prior to that, you'll get a letter. So from this hearing, you'll get a letter from the board letting you know that they've decided to set this for an evidentiary hearing. As that's scheduled, you'll continue to get mail from the board letting you know when that is. You'll have another chance to meet with your attorney in preparation for that evidentiary hearing. And then if the attorneys can work things out, then we'll continue to communicate with you through the mail to let you know what's going on. Okay, Mr. Acosta?
Okay.
And sir, you're also welcome to reach out to me. My name is Kate Conyers. I have a number there at the prison. And so you should be able to call me for free and then I can update you as well. I wouldn't call me. I won't know anything for at least 2 weeks, but if you want to call me, I can try and keep you updated. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Or is that for him or for me?
That was
For
for you,
you.
Mr. Acosta. Like you
Can I
can
get-
call me. I mean, the agent can call
Can I
me and
get a
update
pen
me
and
as well,
paper?
but
Yeah.
CO, can I get a pen and paper?
Mr. Acosta, they have her number there and they can give that to you after we're off the record.
You guys have her number? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we could do it now, but just they have it ready for you to go. So,
Okay.
all right.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Agent Taufa, any issues with that, with moving forward with an evidentiary?
No, that's fine.
And then just, it's been 2 months since the allegations of the incident, the alleged incident occurred. If we can expedite getting those charges considered and filed, that would benefit everybody. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you, Mr. Acosta.
Okay, thank you.
And agent, it's Taufa, right?
Telephone, yeah.
Thank you,
Taufa.
agent.
Alpha.
Briefly, while we're on the record, I understand Mr. Westergard is hard of hearing. He reads lips. So I'll be sure to look directly at the screen so he can understand what I'm saying. Mr. Westergard, can you hear me and can you understand what I am saying?
Yeah, these headphones make it so I can hear you pretty good.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
On record. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Jason Westergard, offender number 40819. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Parker. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Westergard, Agent Parker, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Westergard, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
A what?
Your disclosure packet, your blue packet?
Yeah, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
I have, yeah.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
I am.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
If it would be okay, I'll go through each allegation and give a little bit more information with the plea.
Okay.
Number one, we will admit that his GPS monitor died on multiple occasions. Number two, although he would say that due to where he was at the time, which was a treatment facility, that it may not have been his responsibility to charge that GPS device, but he will, I believe, still admit it. Number two, no contest. He had broken his back and couldn't be employed. So, however, he had no contest that he was not full-time employed, but he, because of his physical health, he was not able to seek full-time employment. Number three, by failing to establish a residence, no contest. And the reason for that is AP&P knew where he was. He was staying nightly at that time in a parking lot that AP&P was aware of. However, he will take some responsibility there with a no contest plea. Number four, he will deny the felony theft. Number five, he will deny not complying with treatment. It sounds like he had been at several different facilities, and at that time he was in treatment in Ogden at Weber Human Services. Number six appeared to be a duplicate to me, as it is failure to comply with treatment, and the date listed is the same. So we would ask to enter a denial on number six and strike it. Number seven, we will deny the residential burglary. I hope AP&P can give us an update about that. Number eight, I don't know if it's the felony theft, but regardless, he will be denying that as well. And then number nine is still failure to comply with treatment on that same date. I think that's a duplicate to number six and a duplicate to number five. So we would ask to deny and strike that as well.
Okay. Agent Parker, can you provide an update on the filing of charges? Or what the status is of that?
I just got notification yesterday from the Carbon County Attorney's Office. They filed it looks like 2 counts. One is a second-degree felony burglary, and count 2 is a Class A misdemeanor theft. I forwarded that on to the board yesterday. I'm not sure if you received that or not, but
An F2 burglary and a theft?
yeah.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, does that change things?
We will maintain these pleas at this time.
Okay. Your recommendation?
Our recommendation, we were going to ask for 90 days and another attempt to parole. This was the second opportunity where he would plan to live in a mobile home either here in Salt Lake City or in Ogden. He is working on getting Social Security, but he may have a job opportunity at Harper Construction here in Salt Lake City. He has been making good use of his time while in custody by being in the SOLID program, and he plans to continue that on the streets. And if he can't, he'll do the Stepping Stones program in Ogden if he's there, or Weaver Recovery Center. And he also wants to note that he completed the MRT program while in custody as well.
Okay, thank you. Agent Parker, your response and recommendation?
So I'm going to go to the allegations, if I may. I know some of those look like duplicates, but we tried 3 different programs that he unsuccessfully completed. One was the TRC, one was a treatment program in Price, and then the treatment program that he told me he was enrolled in Ogden. So that's why those 3 probably appear as duplicates. They were 3 different programs, and I think the other part to that was some of them are for not completing the assessments, and the others may have been for not completing the treatment. As far as recommendation, this is his second parole. Yes, we understand that. However, this parole was no different than his first parole. He got out, he didn't get a job, he skirted this supervision and went back to using substance. So our recommendation will remain what it is in the report, which is to remain incarcerated. Sorry, reading here. On the initial terms of the case, whatever that was. Sorry, I can't scroll through it for some reason.
Ms. Conyers, it does look like there is a new court filing, case number 241700390. It does list those allegations previously mentioned by Agent Parker. I have each of the parties' recommendations. Frankly, with pending felony and Class A misdemeanor charges, it's unlikely the board's going to do much other than continue this case until those charges are resolved. What's your response to that?
Jesus.
Yes, understood. So we can, I guess what we will be forced to do is to ask for a continuance at this time. If we could maintain those, please, but if we can continue for 60 days while that case is pending.
It does look like Mr. Westergard has court an initial appearance scheduled on November 12th.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll be resolved sooner than later. Mr. Westergard, any questions?
Yeah, I got a million.
Okay, let's start with them and we'll see what we can do. I mean, frankly, like I said, there's probably not a whole lot we're going to accomplish today because you do have those charges pending. They could result in a new commitment. We don't know what'll happen with it, but until they're resolved.
Well, this is what's wrong.
Can I pause, Mr. Westergard? I know that we discussed these allegations on Monday. I would advise that you do not discuss the criminal allegations at this time with the hearing officer, Chappell, as he can't do anything about it, and I don't want you to say anything on the record at this time. That would be my advice to you as your lawyer. I know you're going to do what you want to do, but I just wanted to put that advice on the record.
Yeah. I'm asking the board to release me and let me try to deal with these charges from the streets, because this is, I mean, I know you say that they might not, but they also might, right?
Yes, sir. We don't know.
The situation behind this is.
I don't want you to go into any specifics behind that, sir.
Well, let me start and then decide if you want to hear it or not, at least, huh?
Well, I guess if you want to run the risk of incriminating yourself and having that evidence used against you, go ahead.
Okay. As far as like parole, you know, when I was on parole, the three allegations that he says were different TRC, I have no idea what that is. When I got out on parole, I went to the place in Price and I did a substance abuse treatment evaluation, and they told me I didn't need any treatment. So I didn't do any treatment for the whole time I was on parole until I've had some heroin. The board's already heard that. They give me 72 hours in jail for it. Agent Parker let me out, and I lost 11 people in 9 months, family members, and I was going to classes. When I left Price, he gave me 2 weeks to get to Ogden, to get a place to live, get in classes, and go to either a detox treatment thing to get off of the pain medication that I was on, or to or to check into an inpatient program. I checked into everything that I possibly could. I had them in line. The detox was the thing that fit what I could do the best. I went into detox. I was there 3 days, 3 days or 4 days and 3 nights. And when I woke up, that's when my monitor had went dead pretty much all of the times. That he said he only called me one time and told me my monitor had went dead when I very first got put on it. And I was on the monitor. It was charged every night. I was staying in the parking lot there. I had contacted Weber Human Services the day I got out of detox and went directly to class, was going to class for a month out there. I was going 3 times a week, 2.5 to 3 hours a day each time I went. The day they arrested me, I was coming from class when I pulled in and the agents were there. I dropped my wife off, went and grabbed my dog, and the agents come up and talked to me and threw me in jail. I was complying with parole in every way, shape, or form. I mean, geez, I mean, I was doing everything I was supposed to. Agent Parker helped me out a lot. I appreciate what you did for me, Nick. You know what I went through out there. And you know, the situation behind these charges is bullcrap. I lived at that house. Where these charges are made, I lived there. I lived with my uncle and had been taking care of my uncle for 4 years when my uncle passed. The uncle that I was living right next door to, the house that I lost, is just now barely been removed from his house and is in a hospital, and they're selling his house. They're selling my house. This is why this all went, because of people dying. This has nothing to do with, there was nothing stolen. There was nothing broken into. I was given a 10-day eviction notice to leave that house. And that's the only thing I did was pack my stuff. I had to leave half of everything I owned there. There wasn't nothing taken. There was half every dang thing I owned was left at that house. There's probably still a pile there. That my stuff was, when I lost my house, it was taken to my uncle's and out into a field. And it took me about a week or 2 to get that gathered up and over to my uncle's house where I was living, where these charges come from. And I mean, this shouldn't be charges. This is a cousin that's saying this, that I hasn't been to that house for 10 years. He was kicked out of the family, and he come back and put trail cams up and took pictures. There wasn't nothing taken. I have brothers, sons. I've had people try to contact the county attorney to talk to her. I think her name, I can't even remember now, but
Mr. Westergard, what I'm gonna do today is I'm gonna take the pleas, as Ms. Conyers previously mentioned. I'm gonna submit a report. That report will have Ms. Conyers' recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation. We'll decide what the board members want to do. You'll receive a notice by mail within the next couple of weeks, but if you have contact with friends or family, they can check the board's website beginning next week. The decision should be posted there, and then they can let you know what was decided so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
all right.
All right, anything from anybody?
No.
Okay, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing from Mr. Timothy Morris, offender number 217642. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Anderson. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Morris, Agent Anderson, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. Morris, you as well. Raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Morris, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did. Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
Ms. Conyers, I'd like to proceed.
Yes, thank you. He will admit to the sole allegation of absconding.
Your recommendation?
Yes, we're asking for 180 days and another attempt at parole. This was his 7th parole. What he's asking for is, while he paroles, he will likely be looking into interstate compact. He he wants to return to Colorado. He has a wife there, and he plans to live with her and do construction work and continue whatever treatment he needs to do. But in the meantime, he will, while he's applying for interstate compact, he plans to do construction work here in Utah and continue his treatment, the access program specifically, and do that until he can get compacted.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right. Agent Anderson, your response and recommendation?
I support that recommendation.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Mr. Morris, what would you like me to know? Let's talk about the allegation first, and then we'll work our way forward.
Okay.
Why did you abscond?
I just had family issues, Southern Utah. I mean, I had, while incarcerated during that time, I had 2 close family members pass away, and just being out there, and it overwhelmed me, and just felt like I had to get home.
So you were living in Southern Utah?
Yes.
Who were you living with? I mean, you were only out for like a week, right?
Oh, no, I was at the halfway house at the time in Fortitude in Salt Lake.
So you ran from the fort from?
Yes. Yes.
Fortitude, okay. Why did you run from there? Same reason?
Yes.
And then where did you go? Blanding?
Yes.
Were you in Blanding the whole time?
Yes. And I ended up in Colorado where I got married, and that's where my residence is. We got a house. I mean, my wife is a Marine, a Iraqi combat veteran, and she's there in Colorado with our kids, and you know, we kind of got things set up there. So as was stated, I would like to get this violation done and interstate compacting, you know, get my life going.
Why didn't you stay in communication with your agent?
I just, like I said, it was just stupidity. I mean,
So
being honest, I really didn't think it through. In the moment, yeah. I really never had any support out there like I do now. I mean, all my family have pretty much passed away. I got my grandmother, but she's getting older, and I've never had anything to be out there for. I felt like, you know, I didn't have no life out there, but all that's changed. I mean, like I mentioned, I got a wife out there, and I got things set up in Colorado, and it's really looking up for me. I mean, this is the best situation that I've ever been in. And
how were you arrested?
I was arrested. They said an off-duty officer recognized me and knew I had a warrant out of Utah.
Were there additional charges in Colorado?
I got 2 misdemeanor charges, just a resisting arrest and a simple possession, which I served my time on, and then, yeah, got extradited here.
Or did you have
Wow.
possession of?
Methamphetamine. It was just a little baggie that I had. But while I was there in Colorado serving for the 2 misdemeanors, I that's why I got into contact with the access treatment program out there and went through with them. I mean, really put an effort into it, and you know, I have letters that were written to the parole board from my counselor, from my therapist, kind of letting you guys in on what I was attending, what classes I was taking, and what the follow-up is, and that's what I want to pursue. I mean, we have everything out there set up and ready to go. I just need to get out there.
Well, I'm going to be direct with you. I mean, why would we do this an 8th time? When I've reviewed your file, your prior paroles have all ended either with you absconding or getting new charges similar to this one. So why would we do that an 8th time?
Honestly, I don't see why you would, except just coming from me. I mean, like I said, I've never had this kind of support before. In my head, in my heart, I felt like I really didn't have a reason to be out there. I mean, in the letters that I've written you guys, I explained everything. I felt like I didn't have no life out there. All that's changed.
You have to sit where I'm sitting, though. Your actions are showing something different than what you're saying.
Yeah, I understand that.
You know,
I understand that. I mean, this time I've actually taken the opportunity. I mean, I've taken, you know what I mean, initiative, and I've reached out to this access program and followed everything that they did, and that's me. Okay. It's not because I had to. This is the first time in my life that I'm actually trying to do something, trying to change.
How frequently were you using?
I was only out for a little while. It wasn't very much. I mean, once a week or if that. I mean,
any other drug use other than meth?
No.
What's your involvement with Native Pride?
It's just, you know, being in prison, everyone kind of sticks to their own races and whatnot. It's just,
okay.
Yeah.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of, I don't know, any mental health diagnosis like anxiety, depression, PTSD, anything like that?
A little bit of depression, anxiety. I mean, yeah.
Are you on any medications?
Right now, no.
Okay. Have you been in the past?
Years ago.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Great.
Have you started looking into the interstate compact process yet, or is that something you were going to
I've been talking to my case manager here and everybody I run into regarding that, and they just say we got to get this over with right here, and then can start the process.
Yeah. I just want you to be aware it's not something you have to wait until you're out of prison. You can start while you're still sitting there, and then you know, if it's approved, there's always a possibility that if the board grants parole, you could parole straight to Colorado rather than having to go to a community center or to an address in Utah.
Yes, that's my understanding of it, and that's what I would like to pursue just as soon as I can.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you knew all that.
Yes, it's been explained to me. Thank you.
Beautiful. Is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
I think you have everything. I mean, yes.
Agent Anderson, anything you'd like to add?
No.
Ms. Conyers?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Morris, I'll accept your admission to allegation 1. I'll recommend your parole date of May 23rd, 2023 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you have an idea of what's going to happen. I'm going to write a report. That report will include Ms. Conyers' recommendation as well as Agent Anderson's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision on what they expect to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a few weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with your wife or anybody else on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. It should be posted there sometime next week, and then they can let you know what the decision was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Anything from anybody? That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, today is the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Thomas Hackler, offender number 217346. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Nunez. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Mr. Hackler, Agent Nunez, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do. I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hackler, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir, I have.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Ms. Conyers, it looks like reviewing this case that there's been pleas entered on these allegations previously. I just go through them and you can let me know if they're accurate. Because they've got pleas, but different pleas, but the same date. So I have admissions to allegations 1, 2, 3. I have admissions to each of the 7 allegations with the
Yes, we plan to maintain those.
Okay.
I'm not exactly clear why this is on the calendar. I know they scheduled it for a PV / restitution hearing.
Yeah. And then it was my understanding that the objection to the restitution was withdrawn.
I believe that's correct. So,
So I don't know.
Adding to my confusion.
So the only thing I'm almost wondering if they had a SOT assessment done.
Yes.
And that's been completed. So I think it was just to address that portion of the last hearing is what I'm believing. Mr. Hackler?
That's my understanding as well. He has now done that evaluation. He has sent that to me. I reviewed it. As way of update, since we were here last time, he also has, the board should have received a letter from Suncrest Counseling that they can have him do counseling there at Suncrest. He also has, just like he did last time, an attorney mentor, KLYN Dove, who is working very closely with him to set up, housing for him. So he has kind of everything in order. We're just waiting for his release. It's almost been a full year on first violation. So we're hoping now that the evaluation has been done and that the recommendations are that he complete a life skills class, and that is taught at Suncrest pursuant to that letter, and that he's working very diligently on getting housing, although he anticipates starting with a halfway house. You can see a letter from KLYN Dove that he submitted on that as well. We're hoping that the board will now release him just as soon as possible so that he can move on with those plans.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
You previously mentioned that the recommendation from that SOT assessment was for a life skills class. Agent Nunez, did you receive that information? Sorry, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so it recommends a life skills class and then a community correction center is what the assessment says. What's your response?
If that's what the assessment recommended, then that's what we're gonna go with and everything. I do agree with Mr. Hackler's attorney that he goes to a halfway house first to make sure he gets stable housing. Once he has his stable housing and his lawyer helps him with that, then if he has no objections to what was recommended and what's being planned here.
Okay. Anything else you'd like me to know?
No, sir, not this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hackler, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know, sir?
Yes, sir.
I did receive the letter from Suncrest Counseling as well as several other correspondents. So.
Yes, sir. Yeah, like Ms. Conyers said, I've retained Sunset Counseling. They're an approved UDC provider. They're going to be my aftercare provider for sex offender treatment, and they sent another letter to the board saying they would accept me in their thinking errors. I tried to get involved with the thinking errors class here whenever I got the assessment back, but Gunnison, this prison, they've done away with the life skill classes, so they don't have it, so I couldn't take it here, but I tried. Okay. I've been housed in a unit for privileged so-called inmates because I've had no disciplinaries, I've had no C notes. or anything. Kenyon Dove, my attorney, he is my power of attorney and my sponsor. So no, sir, that's all I got to say pretty much. I got a restitution order from the board about 4 months ago that I owe UVOC quite a bit of money, and I didn't even know that until they sent me that. And then that's where the motion my lawyer filed for the restitution hearing, but then we got copies from the Attorney General's office saying that I did owe it. So I'll pay it. I mean, I'll have it paid within a few months. And I do apologize to the board, and I apologize especially to Mr. Nunez, because he did try to talk to me and tell me the right thing to do. And I don't know, I regret everything now, I really do. And given a second chance on parole, I plan on completing my parole. I would like, if you could, to recommend me go to a halfway house to begin with, to where I can get totally involved with my outpatient therapy and, if possible, put, some kind of stabilization or whatever. Kenyon, my attorney, we trying to look for a home now that's in the sex offender range thing to where I can live, an area like that. But, yes, sir. You'll never see me again. You'll never see me again. I've learned my lesson on this parole violation. Freedom's too good to go against the rules and regulations of my parole. And I'm sorry. And it won't happen again.
Okay. I'm just looking to see, was there any an extradition request? I'm not seeing anything right at the moment, but Mr. Hackler, if there are any extradition charges or fees for that, are you willing to pay those?
Whenever they extradited me down here, they flew me back on Delta Airlines.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I've told them that I'll immediately pay that within a couple of weeks, since they did go and spend their own money on the extraditions. I'll pay whoever, Mr. Nunez or whoever the board tells me I got to pay for whatever extradition fees.
And I don't see anything submitted as of right now of what I can see, but it may be out there and I just can't see it, or it may still need to be filed. So.
Yes, sir. Well, whatever the cost is, that was my fault. I mean, I should have used better discretion, and I'll pay whatever needs to be paid.
Okay. Any drug or alcohol use while you're on parole?
No, sir. I don't do neither one.
Okay. No gang involvement?
No, sir.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of like anxiety, depression, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And how's your physical health?
Oh, pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, I can't see out of my left eye. I've done had two MIs, 2 heart attacks. I'm on quite a bit of medication, nitroglycerin and different things. 62 years old, only got 2 teeth in my mouth. Need to get some pictures.
Is there anything, are you going to look for employment? Are you on Social Security? Like how financially, how are you going to make it?
I'm gonna look for some employment. I have got my own finances. A few years back, my uncle passed away, and he left me a substantial amount of real estate. And yeah, I'm financially.
So you've got some inheritance or something that will help.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Yes, sir, and I can't see him on this TV, but Kenyon, my supporter and my attorney, he's there somewhere listening to us.
Okay.
He handles all my matters.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, sir. I just got one more request and I'll shut up. If you would, sir, I've been in here going on 13 months now, and like I say, I really do apologize for everything. If you could, give me a recommendation as soon as release, I would appreciate it. I won't mess up again. You ain't got to worry about sending me back in front of you again.
Agent Nunez, anything you'd like to add?
I can't
Sorry,
hear me.
no, I'm having like some computer difficulties. I'm totally sorry about all this. No, I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Thank you,
Conyers?
Mr. Nunez.
No, nothing other than I wish Mr. Hackler luck and speed. That's it.
All right, Mr. Hackler, that I'll affirm the prior decisions previously entered by the board. I'll recommend your parole date of September 6, 2022 be revoked. What'll happen today is I'll write a report summarizing the conversation that we've had. That report will include Agent Nunez's recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. They appear to be the same. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision on what they want to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way back to you. But if you have contact with anybody on the outside, including your attorney or anybody, they can check the board's website beginning next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted on the website next week. And then somebody can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Great. Thank you so much, sir. And I do appreciate it, Mr. Nunez. Thank you again. And Ms. Conyers, I won't be calling you no more, so thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything from anybody? All right, hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank y'all.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Paul Michael, offender number 185974. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer of the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Roberts. Can you see each of them?
I can.
All right. Mr. Michael, Agent Roberts, I'll be taking testimony from
Roberts?
Agent Roberts.
Robert, okay.
Yep. Mr. Michael, Agent Roberts, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. You as well. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Michael, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
An updated one from September.
Okay.
I did not.
You haven't received anything since September? You've got a couple of options. You have a right to continue this hearing to receive anything. I'm just going to look and see if anything was added to the file, or you can waive that time and notice and we can continue today.
I do have this paper here that says parole violation hearing of 10/30/24. But there was not updated information, but I did have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday, and we did talk about the stuff. So I'm comfortable with the new information.
Okay. And it looks like the only thing we've received since the last hearing was a certificate that you sent us. So there hasn't been any additional information since September.
Um,
And you're comfortable proceeding today?
Well, as far as this question is directed towards, excuse me, is it Miss or Mrs. Conyers? What's the professional greeting?
You can call me Kate.
Kate, Kate, as far as him not receiving updated information, I was under the influence that there was some updates to the allegations and stuff.
So actually, Mr. Michael, I understand what you're referring to. And if I may just ask the agent who's here today, allegations 2, 3, and 4 involve new charges. I think what Mr. Michael's driving at is we haven't seen anything filed and we don't have any updates on that. I was hoping that you do.
In speaking with his agent, because I'm just covering for him, it sounds like, and I looked it up in e-prosecutor, it looks like the charges were declined. And so that's the only update that we have, is that the DA's office chose to decline and not file.
So Agent Roberts, I bet you can anticipate my next question, which is going to be, is APMP willing to strike those allegations, or what are you planning on doing with those?
I would say yeah, I think we're okay with striking it.
Okay, with that, we will enter a denial on number 1, as Mr. Michael states that he did provide documentation of his treatment. However, he will, and we'd ask to enter denials and strike on stipulation 2 through 4. As in, for number 5, he will enter no contest.
All right. Agent Roberts, what's your response to striking allegations 1 through 4?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Michael is asking for an early termination. He is trying to get off the paper and move back and go to Virginia, where he's from. If he does stay in Utah, and if parole is granted, and if that's what he chooses to do, he would do sober living. However, he is anxious to get back to Virginia and get back to his life there. If he does stay here, he may be able, in Utah, he may be able to return to the same job he was doing, audio, video technician work. But an early termination is certainly his preference. That's what I have at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Agent Roberts, response recommendation?
Yeah, we were gonna ask for a termination as well.
What are we looking at?
So he expirates in October of 25.
Next in about a year. Okay.
Yeah.
Just less than a year.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add, Agent Roberts?
Nope.
Mr. Michael, what would you like me to know?
Let's see. It's always a little bit, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a hiccup, you know, when there's a hiccup in life. I was doing, what I would call successful on parole this time. It is almost about 2 years, and I was kind of in the aftercare phase of my treatment. I got my CDL learner's permit through Voc Rehab. I got my let's see. I got my tooth fixed. I'm just saying that is I tried to be productive, and you know I did try and I don't want to sound negative, but like take advantage of the resources available while I was on parole. But I have had a chance to contact my family back in Virginia, and I was living there until like 2017 or 2018. So, I also got a few certificates here. I did send some of them in, and there's also I completed about 2 a month here, like the 3 or 4 months that I've been here, and that's just I don't know if you guys recognize them. I hear that a lot, like the board recognizes this and that, but I just want to say I didn't let my being in time in prison frustrate me too much as far as being productive and continuing my education. So I feel confident I could do parole, but I also like the idea of being able to you know, leave the state and get back home to Virginia. And I know that's really hard to do while well, you really can't really do it while you're on parole. So yeah, I guess that's all I have for you.
So tell me about Virginia. Who's out there?
Virginia is my mom, my 3 brothers, Prue, Eli, John. I have a sister, April, and I'm an uncle. I got she's got 3 daughters. Oh, excuse me, there's 4 now.
Okay. So would you have a place to live? Would you live with mom or sibling or?
Yeah. They have a house in Roanoke.
Okay.
Actually, I graduated middle school there, graduated high school out here in Provo, and then I been back and forth.
Okay, so you're familiar with that area then. It's not like it'd be brand new to you.
Correct.
Okay. Any drug or alcohol use while you were on parole?
You know, yes, there was. Yeah. Oh, according to the documentation here, it does say, it says 16 and 1, which, I'm looking at the glass half full, which is a pretty good percentage as far as clean tests. But yeah, I did have a dirty,
what was that for?
Around May, and it was methamphetamine. And so Agent Hansen talked to me about it. We came up with a relapse prevention plan. We increased my visits each month, and he asked for reports from my therapist page at Wasatch Behavioral.
Okay.
So yeah.
Any mental health concerns? Any prior diagnoses of like anxiety, depression, anything like that?
Yeah, as far as, I have, I do talk to a therapist here, as needed. And we've talked about self-sabotage and he's given me some, stuff to fill out on that. And I actually saw him a couple days ago. And, you know, I talked about, you know, my possible release options. As far as, and I have been on, I think it's called Celexa or something. It's an antidepressant. Yeah. So to answer your question, I currently am addressing depression.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Physical health is awesome. I did break my I broke my clavicle about 4 years ago longboarding, but I rehabbed it really well. And so yeah, so you didn't need to know that, but yeah, my health is doing really good.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
Well, yeah. I mean, I hate to toot a old horn, but I was wondering what my second parole violation is. Is that something that you guys could kind of just tell me? Because I mean, I know I checked into parole and they handcuffed me and I was a bit confused and I was just wondering what I actually
I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Okay.
You're talking about your second violation, right? Not
Yes.
Not the allegations today. Yeah, I don't have that in
Yeah,
front of me. Right
okay.
now.
You know, okay, yeah, that was kind of all. I was kind of just going over some paperwork and I just, yeah.
All right. Agent Roberts, anything to add?
Nope.
Ms. Conyers?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Mr. Michael, what I'll do today is I'll note your denials to allegations 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'll recommend that they be dismissed per stipulated motion. I'll accept your no contest plea to allegation 5 and recommend your parole date of November 8, 2022 be revoked. You've been through this process. You know how it kind of works. I'm going to write a report. That report will include Agent Roberts' recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to get back to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully sometime next week, the decision will be posted there and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Keat Win, offender number 143796. Is that you, sir?
Hôm nay là cái phiên tòa để xem là có vi phạm cái ân xá hay không. Kiệt Nguyễn, số hồ sơ là 143796, có phải là anh không? Yes.
Thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole.
Sẽ là xem xét cái ban ân xá, tôi là người đại diện cho ban ân xá.
I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Roberts,
Cũng như là
but before we start, I have to swear you both in.
trước đó thì tôi sẽ tuyên thệ cả hai người lên.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Đưa tay phải lên.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today
Trong ngày hôm nay đưa tay phải lên.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Chỉ là
truth?
sự thật mà thôi.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cảm ơn.
Now, ma'am, I am going to swear you in as well. Can you state your name for the record?
Ngọc New Đen Gaiman, Certified Court Interpreter in the Vietnamese language.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hand, please? Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll faithfully interpret from Vietnamese into English and from English into Vietnamese these proceedings before this court or before the board in an accurate manner to the best of your skill and knowledge?
I do.
Thank you.
May I có long trọng tuyên thệ đó, long diễn viên có long trọng tuyên thệ là cái lời mà mình sẽ dịch ở đây đó, trước cái ban ân xá này là sự thật, tất cả sự thật mà thôi, thì tôi nói là có.
Sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Miss Conyers?
Có cơ hội nói chuyện với luật sư của mình của Conyers chưa?
Bữa thứ hai có nói, bữa thứ hai có nói chuyện.
I have talked to her on Monday.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing?
Và thông báo ít nhất là 7 ngày trước cái ngày hôm nay đã nhận được thông báo chưa? Yes, I received this blue piece of paper.
Okay. And did you get the rest of your blue packet?
Và cái nguyên cả cái phần đó, nó cả một sấp màu xanh đó, nó nhận được hết chưa?
Không có, phải có 3 tấm này.
I only received these 3 pages.
Okay. I will double check back at the office
Tôi sẽ
to see
kiểm
if
lại
there was anything else to
để
send
xem
you.
là còn bất cứ điều gì khác ông cần nhận hay không.
If there is, I'll have it mailed to you, okay?
Nếu mà có đó thì tôi sẽ cho gửi cho ông.
Okay, just so you know, everything in the paperwork you got today is a copy of what we're using for this hearing.
Tất cả những cái điều mà viết trong đó đó là những cái điều mà chúng tôi sẽ dùng ở tòa ngày hôm nay.
Okay, so currently we have one allegation.
Hiện thời bây giờ là có một lời cáo buộc.
But before we start, I am going to take judicial notice of a case.
Nhưng mà trước khi mà tôi đọc cái lời cáo buộc đó đó thì tôi phải xem là tôi có quyền tại phán hay không.
Case number 2419-06171.
Và số hồ sơ của cái vụ đó là 2419061171.
Stalking Class A misdemeanor is attached to allegation number 1.
Thì cho là theo dõi bất hợp pháp, đó là tội tử hình mức độ A.
On September 19th, 2024, you were sentenced to 100 days credit for time served, case closed.
Thì vào ngày 19 tháng 9 2024 đó thì là bị buộc tội đi tù, rồi sau đó đóng vùng hồ sơ lại.
And a civil stalking injunction was put in place for the victim.
Và đối với nạn nhân đó thì là phải cấm theo dõi.
Ms. Conyers, are there any motions and does he waive formal reading of the allegation?
Cô Connell có bất cứ kiến nghị nào hay là ông ấy từ bỏ cái quyền đó?
Yes, he does waive formal reading of the allegations and he will plead no contest to the sole allegation of stalking.
Dạ vâng, ông ấy sẽ từ bỏ cái quyền mà đọc lại cái lời cáo buộc và ông ấy nhận cái tội là đã theo dõi. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Based off of your no contest plea, I am going to recommend the board revoke your May 5th, 2020 parole date.
Và như vậy dựa vào cái lời gọi là không phản bác của ông á, thì cái quản chế của ông lúc trước đó hồi tháng 5 đó tôi sẽ thu hồi lại.
Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you. He is asking for 180 days with credit for the time he served. So essentially 3 more weeks and another opportunity at parole.
Như vậy là chỉ còn 3 tuần nữa và mới xin được quản chế.
He would start at a halfway house
Ông ấy đã
And
bắt
we'll-
đầu ở cái nhà halfway
and will do whatever treatment APMP
và sẽ
recommends.
bất cứ cái điều gì mà quản chế đòi hỏi trị liệu ông ấy sẽ làm.
He does have an opportunity.
Ông ấy đã
His work
cơ
will
hội.
likely be loading work, so it sounds like he's
có
very
thể là-
employable
Ông ấy là cái người có rất là nhiều việc làm.
and overall should be successful
Và
this
như
go
vậy
round.
đó thì là phải ông ấy sẽ thành công khi mà được ra và được quản chế.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Conyers.
Cảm ơn bà Conyers.
Agent Roberts, I'll turn it over to you.
Ông,
We're okay with 180 days
180 ngày thì chúng tôi đồng
and
ý.
another chance at parole.
Cũng như là có một cái cơ hội
Um,
khác để được quản chế.
We would ask that he be
Tôi
placed
sẽ
on
xin
a GPS, board order GPS,
là ông ấy phải
120 days.
120 ngày sau khi mà được thả ra về theo quản chế
And then an order to have no contact with the victim.
và không có được liên lạc với lại nạn nhân.
And that's it.
Vậy thôi.
Thank you.
Cảm ơn ngài.
Okay, sir, I heard from your attorney and APMP. I want to hear from you. Tell me what happened.
Luật sư của ông cũng như là của các quản chế. Thì bây giờ tôi muốn nghe ông nói. Ông có điều gì để nói không?
Nói tôi giờ cho em xin em cho em ra sớm để em đi làm. Cái hãng trưởng giờ chủ hãng với mấy người làm đang trông chờ thấy mặt em để trở lại đi làm.
Your
Em xin hứa là em không có
ngừng lại chứ.
không gặp cô ta nữa, bởi vì đi một lần em sợ.
Your Honor, I would like to be out as soon as you allow that, because my work is waiting for me. My boss and my coworkers are waiting for me. And if I have another chance at probation, I would appreciate that. And I would never do that again because I am too scared of all this, so I won't do that again. No more.
Okay. Can you tell me what you did?
Có thể cho tôi biết là ông đã làm gì không?
Em đang muốn được thả ra sớm chỗ này để khi mà cho má em bảo phải vui vẻ.
I would like to be out as soon as I can to work and so that that will make my mom happy.
Chứ em không từ đó giờ em lắc hiền em không có quậy khóa không có làm gì hết.
I did not do anything wrong in the past.
Em ra ở 4 năm tù treo là PO thấy rất là mừng, em không có quậy khóa thì đi làm xong về nhà.
I have 4 years of probation and I was very happy with that. I didn't cause any trouble, just work and go home.
Tại vì em muốn đi làm.
So,
I just want to go to work.
Okay. So by you saying you didn't do anything wrong, are you denying that you was convicted of stalking?
Khi mà ông nói là không có làm cái gì sai đó, có phải là nói là chối bỏ cái chuyện mà mình đã theo dõi bất hợp pháp không?
Không bỏ gì. Tại sao?
I don't understand.
So you've been convicted of stalking.
Ông bị buộc tội là theo dõi bất hợp pháp. Yes.
Did you do that?
Có làm chuyện đó không? No.
Okay. Sir, I can't take your no contest plea if you're saying you did not commit the crime.
Tôi không có thể nào mà nhận cái đơn không phản bác của ông nếu mà ông nói là ông không có gây tội gì hết.
Do you want to speak to your attorney?
Có muốn nói chuyện với luật sư không?
Em tội đó là thì em đó là tại em làm part time, em không có em muốn là liên lạc với cô ta để giúp em kiếm thêm cái job vào full time để em làm.
I was working part-time, so I tried to contact her to ask her to help me to apply for a full-time job.
Mm-hmm.
Tại vì em muốn part time thì em không có đủ tiền đóng tiền nhà. Yeah.
because working part-time, I did not have enough money to pay for rent.
Okay.
Em đã muốn gọi cô ta để lên mỗi tuần em lên gặp cô ta để nhờ ta vui vẻ giúp em có full time để em đủ.
So I called her and tried to meet with her every week to see if she could help me find another job.
Em với cô ta quen biết là 2 năm không có làm việc cho ca buồn tức.
And I've known her for 2 years, so I didn't have any trouble with her until.
Yeah, rồi em không ngờ bữa đó không biết sao cô ta tức giận này kia buồn biết.
So I don't understand why that day she was upset at me and that happened.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to keep your no contest plea. I want you to know, oh, sorry.
Như vậy đó thì cái đơn mà gọi là không phản bác của ông thì tôi sẽ nhận, nhưng mà ông phải biết như vậy.
The board takes these types of convictions very seriously.
Là ban ân xá đối với những cái loại chuyện như thế này đó, ban ân xá rất là xem rất là quan trọng.
You cannot have any contact with this person ever again. You can't call, text, leave gifts, send letters, nothing.
Kể từ nay đó là ông không có được liên lạc với cái người này, không có được nhắn tin, không có được gọi điện thoại, không có được viết thư, không được liên lạc bằng bất cứ lúc nào, vĩnh viễn.
Em bỏ luôn, làm em sợ rồi, em không dám.
No, I'm too scared.
Okay. Just so you're aware, if you do, and APMP notifies the board, you will come right back here again.
Để cho ông nhớ là như vậy. Một khi mà ông làm những cái chuyện đó đó, thì là ban quản chế họ sẽ báo cho tòa, báo cho tù, rồi ông sẽ trở lại tù liền. Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about your plans for release.
Bây giờ nói về cái kế hoạch một khi mà được thả ra đó, ông sẽ làm gì?
Where do you plan to work? Is it RLS Logistics?
Khi mà được thả ra là làm ở chỗ RS. Yes.
Okay. Where do you plan to live?
Sẽ sống ở đâu?
Lúc phi ô ở chỗ ở nhà bác em, tại em đang ở xe phòng cái nhà ông anh. Giờ cho em ra ở Happy House 42 trước khoảng 1 tuần 2 tuần để em liên lạc cái anh chủ nhà xong được có địa chỉ rồi em.
Before I was booked, I share a room with my brother. And after I'm released, I will be at the halfway house for a few weeks. And during that time, I will try to contact my uncle.
My boy là anh chủ nhà cái bằng anh đó.
And the landlord to see if I can go back there.
Okay. Is that in West Valley?
Cái nhà đó có phải ở West Valley không?
Dạ, 31 sau đường West Valley.
Yes, 3100 South Redwood, West Valley.
Okay. Since you've been back in custody, have you reached out to mental health at all? How's your mental health doing?
Kể từ khi mà bị bắt đó, thì có liên lạc với lại cái bên cái gọi là cái tâm thần, cái bất cứ một cái người nào mà chăm sóc tâm thần có không? No.
Okay. How are you doing mentally?
Tinh thần á, tâm thần của mình cảm thấy như thế nào?
Tôi cũng khỏe.
I feel I'm doing okay.
Okay. Is there anything physically that's going on that you want the board to be aware of that could get in the way of you completing parole?
Có bất cứ cái điều gì đó về cái bệnh trạng trên cơ thể của mình, bất cứ cái điều gì mà về sức khỏe của mình, nó có thể ảnh hưởng, khiến cho anh không có thể nào mà làm những cái điều mà ban ân xá đòi hỏi. Có bất cứ bệnh trạng gì? No, Your Honor.
When you were on parole, did you participate in treatment that the board ordered?
Khi mà được thả ra và được ân xá đó, cái lúc quản chế đó, thì có đi học hoặc là đi trị liệu, tất cả những cái gì mà kêu trị liệu có đi không?
Thì đó em có ở chỗ Halfway House, bác Huy đi học mà ở trong tù em học nhiều quá rồi, do em không có bắt đi học vậy.
I went to treatment or classes when I was in jail, and so when I was released to halfway house, they said that I had enough classes, so they didn't make me go to any more treatment or classes.
Sir, so the board ordered domestic violence treatment and substance abuse treatment to do on parole. So did you have an assessment? What happened?
Khi mà được thả ra, được quản chế đó, là họ đòi đó là phải có thẩm định về bạo hành trong gia đình, phải đi trị liệu và học lớp về bạo hành trong gia đình. Thì có được đi thẩm định không? Chuyện gì xảy ra?
Có lúc con tù em thả ra, em có đăng ký cho chỗ đường thì qua này có đăng ký, mà em chờ hoài sau một năm rồi nó gửi giấy về nói em là nó kêu deny, nó không có cho gặp, em biết sao.
When I was released, I did contact that place in West Bali, something Bali. And I've been waiting for them to contact me, but after a year, I received a letter saying that they denied me.
Okay. Adrian Roberts, by chance, do you know what happened with the substance abuse treatment? I think in the report it said he went to like the Asian Association, but there was no proof on paper. So I was just trying to see if what you knew.
That was my understanding. I don't know, because I'm just filling in for Agent Proctor, but
Không có bên quản chế đó, Sam có biết là có, nhưng mà không có bất cứ một cái gì thấy rõ rằng có bằng chứng là đã đi tới Hội Á Châu.
Okay, thank you.
Trying to see if I can see anything on here. Yeah, that's what's on the report is all the information that we ever got.
Okay, thank you.
Thì chị có nói đó, là tới bên quản chế chị thấy là có khai là tới Hội Á Châu, nhưng mà không có bằng chứng, không có gì thêm hết.
Mr. Win, when the board decides to grant another parole, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, cả một khi mà ban ân xá đó cho phép được ra ngoài một lần nữa đó,
You must participate in treatment and give proof to APNP.
thì họ kêu đi trị liệu đó, phải đi trị liệu, và những cái bằng chứng mà mình đi trị liệu đó phải đưa cho cảnh sát quản chế. Yes.
Even if you completed it in prison, the board expects you to do it while on parole.
Dù là ở trong tù có học xong đi nữa đó, một khi mà ra ngoài đó, được ân xá mà ra ngoài đó, thì là ban quản chế vẫn muốn phải tiếp tục đi học và có bằng chứng.
Is there anything else that you want to tell me about the violations or your plans for release?
Và có bất cứ cái điều gì ông muốn cho tôi biết thêm về cái chuyện mà ông đã vi phạm hoặc là về cái chuyện thả ra không? I don't understand.
Is there anything else you want to tell me that we haven't talked about?
Có bất cứ điều gì khác mà ông muốn tôi biết mà mình chưa có nói tới không?
Không có gì.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is take what you've told me and the recommendation from APNP and your attorney and give it to the board.
Cái điều mà tôi sẽ làm là như vậy, tôi sẽ ghi lại tất cả những cái điều mà ông nói với tôi. Thông tin mà luật sư Quang đưa cho tôi cũng như là ban quản chế đã nói đó, tất cả những cái đó tôi sẽ viết thành cái bản báo cáo và tôi đưa cho ban ân xá.
In the next 1 to 2 weeks, you will receive a letter of the board decision.
Thì trong vòng 1 hay 2 tuần đó, ông sẽ nhận được cái thư quyết định của ban ân xá, có được hay không?
At that time, you'll find out if you get another release date, If you do, it will also include all of the classes and special conditions that you're required to do.
Và lúc đó đó thì sẽ nhận được thông tin nếu mà được phép được thả ra đó thì trong cái bảng đó đó nó sẽ có tất cả những cái điều đòi hỏi Kiệt phải làm, tức là những cái lớp hoặc là những cái trị liệu. Yes.
Do you have any questions?
Có câu hỏi nào cho Chanh Án không?
Nói cũng như nói bo ok cho em cảm ơn nhiều rồi giúp em cho em được ra sớm.
No, Your Honor, I just would like to ask the board to release me early so that I can work. And thank you.
Okay. Okay, sir, at this time, I'll conclude the hearing and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Và lúc này đó thì cái phiên tòa của Kiệt đã xong. Chúc Kiệt may mắn.
Have a good day.
Chúc Kiệt một ngày tốt đẹp.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Agent Roberts.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Adrien, is it Coronel? How do you say your last name?
Cornell.
Cornell. Offender number 249556. Is that your offender number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Hannah. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to speak with your attorney on Monday?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So before we start, I am going to take note of a pending case, case number 2414-02155, possession or use of a controlled substance, second-degree felony, and use or possession of drug paraphernalia, class B misdemeanor. Those two charges were not alleged on the warrant, but the possession is of potential board jurisdiction. You have a waiver hearing set for tomorrow. Currently, we do have those 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
He is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. I did not realize, because it wasn't alleged, I did not realize he had pending charges. So our conversation now is going to be a little different than the one we had on Monday. Sir, because of those pending charges, I wish I had known that. I would have advised you a little bit differently. I'm recommending at this point, let's, I believe we had discussed that those charges were dropped. So I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. What I'm going to do at this point is recommend that we deny all the allegations at this time and set this over for 60 days while you handle that pending felony case.
Okay, thank you. APMP, is there anything that you want to add?
No, we'll just update those charges. I was covering for an agent and I will update the report so the charges are showing and alleged.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, there is one other thing. APMP did submit something called a fugitive transportation cost sheet. And what it is APMP is asking for reimbursement for your extradition back to Utah from Oregon. The total is $2,283.51. Would you be willing to pay that in restitution?
Are willing to?
Mm-hmm.
Or can I deny it?
You can.
Okay, so they already got me, so I'm willing to.
I'm sorry.
Willing.
Willing, okay. All right, I'll be sure to notify the board of that. So here's what we're going to do in regards to these pending charges. I do have to stop the hearing now. I'll go back to the board, let them know, hey, there's a pending case. Tomorrow you're actually appearing on it. It is a potential board jurisdiction. Usually what the board will do is continue it pending adjudication. So a pending dismissal, or if you're sentenced on it. One thing we like to do is just ask the inmate, you're the first one to find out what happens in court. You're there. None of us are. We have to wait for it to be updated in their computer system. So once this case is done, can you send us a letter just telling us that it's done?
Yes.
Okay, the reason I ask that is we're able to get you back on the calendar so much faster that way. We do track it in the office, but of course you'll be the first one to find out. So at this time, we're just going to stop the hearing, and I wish you the best of luck in court. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
No.
Okay. All right, sir, good luck in court, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here again when that's all done. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Ricky HAWS, offender number 203801. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes,
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently, we have 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and does he waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he does waive formal reading of the allegations. I'm not sure if AP&P was planning on actually having number 1 filed. Assuming they are not, or I guess regardless, we are denying number 1. That is the alcohol allegation. He will, however, admit to number 2. Number 3, he is denying, he tells me that, and that's the failure to complete mental health substance abuse evaluation and comply with treatment. He tells me he had done 7 months of treatment and then terrifyingly got a death threat and stopped going to that specific treatment location. The board should have a letter about that. And then number 4 is, I guess, the same as number 1 in that it's the alcohol allegation, but the non-crime version. So I guess to summarize, he's admitting to number 2.
Okay. Agent Baker, what do you want to do with allegations 1, 3, and 4?
Well, 1 and 4, the VA did not follow up with anything, so I'm okay with dismissing those 2. But 3, however, the allegation that he did not complete his treatment as well. He had not completed treatment, and he had not restarted it when he moved up into my caseload.
So what I hear you saying is you would take this to an evidentiary hearing if he doesn't change his plea.
Yes.
Mr. Hawes,
I'm okay with a no contest.
Mr. Hawes, do you want to discuss this, or do you want to change your,
Which item is it?
it's the failure to complete, excuse me, the mental health and substance abuse evaluation and comply with all treatment recommendations and to complete treatment.
So I was out of treatment against the rules. I provided an example why, but I was on the substance while out of treatment, and I didn't have like set plans to go back to it. So I'll just change that to, I'll admit to that.
Okay, so we will admit to 2 and 3, and it sounds like we have stipulated motions to strike 1 and 4.
Okay, thank you. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations number 2 and 3, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your February 22nd, 2022 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. Yes, he is asking for another opportunity at parole with 90 days with credit for time served. That would take us to about November 11th. His main priority is to stay sober, and his plan to do so is to deliver a sober living program. He was looking at the STEPS program in Orem specifically. He plans to continue his treatment and get back on track with what he needs to be doing. He plans to return to college. He studies biological sciences, so that is his plan at this point. But really, when we were talking about it, he emphasized a few times that staying sober is his real priority.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Baker, I'll turn it over to you.
So I'm okay with him getting another parole. I would like to add, though, due to his mental health, me and him discussed a little bit about his mental illness, and I think he needs a little bit more help when just the treatment. And I would like to have him screened for the MIO caseload, just because they're going to be better suited to interact with him better and get him to better, treatment options for him. I don't know if the sober living by itself is going to be enough.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hawes, I have some questions for you. Tell me, let's see, so we're down to allegations number 2 and 3. Number 2 for using methamphetamine on August 9th, and the failure to complete mental health substance abuse treatment. So what do you want to tell me about those 2 allegations?
So I had relapsed on methamphetamine. I was doing it intermittently, say like half the time, a third of the time. For the month and a half after I left the sober living house. So it was basically like I was stuck in that cycle. It could have lasted forever like that. I had plans to go back to college like 10 days from the time I got arrested. But those were, you know, like saying a meth addict is going to be able to sober up and go to college in 10 days is kind of sketchy. So I did have methamphetamine in my system. I had relapsed. I did not relapse for 7 months while I was in treatment. It was when I left the treatment facility that I relapsed. I did receive a death threat from Russell in the facility. He talked about torturing his friend to death this winter in group. So he said it in group. So I filed a report with Salt Lake PD, and he was making plans with another guy that said he was a murderer. So I realized that this is like if there's 2 guys at the rehab, like it's not that are saying they're murderers. It's not like they're really murderers. They're just likely bragging about it. So that's part of it. But I was out of the treatment. Julie said I could come back to treatment and I would just have to do another month of treatment. I had 1 month to go of the program. I'd been in it for 7 months with different stages. And she said 2 months at that point were sufficient to complete the program there at Steps Recovery.
Okay, so why didn't you go back?
I was waiting to start college, honestly, because I was on meth. Like, and if I show up at a meeting with Julie or somebody, like I just couldn't go anywhere. My brain wasn't like my cognitive function wasn't enough to like complete the process and like get in to the program. So I was waiting till August 22nd, and it was just like, I'm sure Agent Baker was like not feeling good about just like taking excuses why I'm not. I have to meet with this, that, or the other person to get another valuation, but my plans were to go back into treatment like and just set it up after August 22nd, because then I would have had enough brain power to like actually follow through on like getting the treatment going again.
So what's the significance of August 22nd?
That's the start of the semester at UVU. That was the start of the semester at UVU.
So let me see if I get this right. So you were using, you left sober living or treatment because of the death threat. You were told you could come back, but you wanted to start college first before going into treatment, back into treatment. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the significance of that? Why was starting college before treatment so important instead of doing it the other way around?
So like when I was on the methamphetamine,
Mm-hmm.
so I went over to the VA to get a backpack basically from the store. So I go in the car to get a backpack from the bookstore at Utah State University. So like to get a backpack on Sunday, hoping you'll find the bookstore is just like not probably. So I end up in my car listening to like music out of the car on the side of the road and like end up throwing rocks. So like I'm just throwing rocks. Like I'm not throwing rocks at anything, but I'm just like out of the zone, like not like doing tasks like normal people do. So what it adds up to is I'm just not able to get like things that took more like than 2 steps accomplished. So I was gonna sober up like the next day. Like I would have not done the meth and stayed sober for 10 days. And then maybe after like 4 or 5 days, would my brain like even be ready to like call Julie and get the thing set up and then actually show up at the meetings and like continue to attend them, not failing drug tests like that. So like in summary, it's just I didn't have on the substance, I didn't have the tools to follow through to get in the treatment. So I was allowing the start of the semester on the 22nd to say like I would have had the cognitive ability to accomplish getting back into treatment there. Before then, it was just like I could have started it, but I don't think I would have been able to finish it.
Okay, so your plan was to sober up, enroll in school, and then eventually treatment, because by that point you would be sober? Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so in regards to the substance abuse treatment, and the suggestion by Agent Baker to move you over to the MIO program because they have more resources and help. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think about doing treatment again? Your attorney said that you were focusing on being sober, but added to that treatment, working with the MIO.
So yeah, with the treatment for substance abuse, I totally agree with that. I am involved with mental health treatment with the VA. I have a doctor there, medications for it. I don't know any programs or anything that the state is offering that I've not already been involved with. I've been SMI, declared severely mentally ill since 2009. So I don't know if they'll be able to help me any more than having like Dr. Bell, who's an addiction/mental health psychiatrist at the Veterans Administration. I have got that help there. Agent Baker has only been my parole officer for like a month, half a month. So I don't know if he knows all the stuff that I'm involved in with like medications and.
Well, my question then is, if you've been doing this mental health through the VA, how do you think it's working for you? I mean, you're back in prison.
So the last year has been like a struggle. It's been a new time in my life coming out of prison. So there's all these new things that I need to learn. And like with methamphetamine, it's hard to get back into life. I think I'd given up my life basically to the drug. And just saying that I would be on meth. And then when my mindset changed to, I don't want to be on it anymore, I started to move away from that and get back into treatment. I think that just the unexpected, like I'm taking drug tests every day. It keeps me sober. Like I won't go against, like if I know they're gonna drug test me, I won't do meth. So like just like jumping out of the water really quick and just relapsing, it like totally messed with like everything. So I think my keys are to not do meth and continue my education and work, that kind of thing.
Okay, so you mentioned work. What kind of work do you do?
So my focus has been on going back to school, and that would be like the work day. I was gonna get a job just as a line cook or something to complete rehab. I also have a small business doing rock chip repairs. I did some while I was in the halfway house. I just have a problem getting a a soliciting permit, so I haven't been able to do a lot of it since the new charges.
So, do you think going to school, going to treatment, working, a side job, is that going to be too stressful to do all at once?
I think the good activities like school and work,
Mhm.
about as much time as I can spend doing those things would be like optimal. Maybe like an hour or two for Netflix at night, but like try to get the day full, like the most I can.
Okay. Now, I do have a question. I saw in the court dockets that on July 21st, a civil stalking injunction was placed. Is there any concern that the board should have about you trying to contact the victim in this civil stalking?
No, Janae Spackman, I knew her 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I stopped by her house. She called the cops, so evidently she doesn't want me to come back and see her.
Okay.
I try to make contact with her, so.
Okay, I just want you to be aware that because that injunction's in place, the board would take very seriously any attempts by you in the future to reach out to her and contact her in person, to a third person, via email, text, anything like that. So I'm just letting you know in advance that the board would take that very seriously, okay?
We just
Yeah.
discussed that in great detail in my office.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like there is something that, besides staying sober, that you need to focus on, and you've mentioned it, is your mental health. So since you've been back in custody, have you worked with mental health at all?
So I got my prescriptions.
Okay.
It's basically the same prescription that I've been on. I was going to modify the prescription for being in here in jail, but I've got my medications
Okay.
back here. I don't know, there's not any, I've taken advantage of the resources, like to the extent that I know that they're there.
Okay. How is your mental health right now? If you had to rate it, how are you doing?
Excellent.
Okay, great. And is there anything physically going on that the board should be aware of that might get in the way of you completing parole successfully?
No, it's methamphetamine. It's the addiction would be the thing that would interfere with parole. Other than that, like, I'm an upstanding citizen, I wouldn't have any problems with anything other than my problems with meth.
Okay. And I can't remember if you are or not. Are you affiliated with a gang at all?
No, not at all.
Okay. And have you participated in any sort of treatment or classes since you've been in custody?
I have not.
Okay. Anything on tablets?
For addiction?
Just anything. I was just going to include it so the board knows what you've been doing since you've been back.
I have not.
Okay. No, that's fine. It's not a required thing. I just, sometimes people do things on the tablet and I'll include it in the report. So is there anything else that you want to tell me about your violations, your plans for release that I should include in the report to the board?
No.
Okay. So, sir, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take the recommendation from your attorney and also the recommendation from Agent Baker and put it in my report. I'm also going to submit to the board in the report everything we discussed here today, your plans for release, what you had to say about the violations, everything like that. In the next 1 to 2 weeks, you should find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. If the board decides to grant you another release, the letter will also include any special conditions of parole that the board has added. And it looks like Agent Baker did request the not GPS. Yeah, just doing a screening for MIO. The board may choose to do that. I do have to include it in my report because that's what Agent Baker requested. So at this time, do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right. Okay, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and sorry, wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Thank you much for your time.
Have a good day.
Good luck.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jason Edward Stanworth, offender number 89721. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Drew Johnson from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well,
We take testimony from both you and Agent Johnson, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Stanworth, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did. Oh, just the blue packet.
When you received your blue packet,
Yes, I did.
did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So before we proceed, Drew, do you know if there's going to be any charges filed relating to this?
It doesn't look like it. I'm not getting a response, so.
Okay.
Are you planning on then striking those allegations, allegations 1 and 2?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. With that, he'll admit to 3, 4, and 5.
All right, perfect. And Drew, that's no response from Salt Lake or Taylorsville, correct?
Yeah, I can't find anything in the system, and they're not, the people who were in charge, the investigating officers are not responding as far as that goes, so.
Okay, because there was something in the e-prosecutor, but that was from West Valley City. That was declined. I don't know if they were related.
I don't know that that's just a related case or anything. It could be, but it's not the same case number, so.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, Mr. Stanworth, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegations 3, 4, and 5 with a denial to allegations 1 and 2, and APMP has agreed to dismiss those. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to allegations 3, 4, and 5 today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a side note, even if APMP agrees to dismiss allegations 1 and 2, that will not prevent any of the prosecuting agencies from filing charges in the future, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll accept your admissions to allegations 3, 4, and 5. Recommend the board revoke your June 21st of 2022 parole. And I will turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. He is seeking a termination. He expires in February of 2025. He does have a house in Lehigh with his wife and kids that he can return to, and he has gainful employment. He may even have plans to go back east. He has a pending job offer back then. He did have a lot going for him, and he was successful for 2 years with the same address, employment, and other things. He had done PVP programs 1 and 2. He was doing well until things weren't exactly going great, but he would like a termination and sounds like he has some good life plans. That's all I have for now.
All right, thank you. Agent Johnson, what's your recommendation?
So, I think a termination would probably be appropriate. I honestly, I worked with Mr. Stanworth quite a bit trying to keep him on track, which was definitely a struggle. So I think that it would be in our best interest to do termination as well.
Thank you, Drew.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Stanworth, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. I'm going to caution you not to talk about allegations 1 and 2. As I said, they can be charged in the future. So tell me what happened on this parole.
Well, I had completed True North, and then I had I've been on this parole for 2 years, so this is my 3rd officer, this parole. And then I did PVP 1 and 2. I completed successful plus True North before that.
Is True North a substance program?
What's that?
Is True North a substance program?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, so I did that, and then I had fit to recover, and after the PvP, I don't know, because it's board, I don't know, from the halfway house to the board, and then to get to Mr. Johnson, you know, there was, I don't know where there's something lost in there with what needs to be done and what not. You know, I felt like I was doing what I needed to be doing, and we had you know, I'll take responsibility for my part for sure, you know, and like I say, Drew, I appreciate you recommending the terminate, and I know you did try with me, you know, and we just bumped heads a little bit, you know, and I think we both had we're both trying our best interest, you know, to try to get things going. And I just went downhill after that job offer, you know, back east, and I just had a period where I just backslid, and, you know, and that made it hard for Drew to keep reins on me, you know, because I was kind of in a downward spiral at that point. And so I just want to thank everybody involved for, you know, taking their time and, you know, seeing this how it is. So, and I thank you too, Kate.
What type of employment do you have back east?
So I've been a journeyman carpenter since '96, and I built scaffold like you know, I worked for Apache, the scaffold on the temple downtown.
Okay.
And I've been just a foreman for them for a lot of years between there and Safeway scaffold. Well, Safeway and Spider, which is a suspended scaffold place back east, hit me up about March last year and offered me a construction manager position to where I would be doing the hiring, the firing, and then pretty much just supervising the crews. And working in DC, they offered me 15 grand and a company truck and a company car to come out to Alexandria, Maryland, and work in Washington, DC. So, you know, I've been put about the last 6 months before I got arrested into that. And although the construction manager job's taken now, they still have, you know, spots for me out there. So that's what I'm looking to do as soon as possible.
Okay. Tell me what controlled substances you used on this parole.
Mostly mostly meth was my issue. You know, I have a prescription for Adderall and Suboxone, so I'm on those now. And then when I ran out of the Adderall, or I misused it because I, you know, still have addictive behaviors, I would slip up onto the meth, and that's where we were having an issue. So, I mean, I don't know if I actually ever even gave him a dirty in a cup. I told him every time I was dirty, and that's probably enough to make him want to pull his hair out, but that's pretty much what it was. And the stuff that was in the meth, like Drew told me, I mean, he said they're street drugs and there's just not a purity in it. So you get MDMA and you get amphetamine and some of these other things in there, you know, even though you're just doing, you know, in my mind, I was just doing the one thing, you know, and so.
I mean, street drugs nowadays, you're gambling with your life, man.
Yeah,
that's what it is nowadays. How often were you using meth?
It seemed like, I don't know why, and it's kind of weird to admit, but it seemed like the night before or 2 nights before I had to check in usually was the times that it ended up being like that, you know. And I was working with my doctor at Insight, you know, who was I don't know if you got a copy of some letters or emails in the last week from them. But I was working with my doctor, and, you know, every time we would switch a medication trying to get things in line, every time I slipped up, I just fell back to meth, you know?
Okay.
And so, like I said, I have prescriptions for testosterone, Adderall, you know, all of that stuff. And, you know, every time it changed, I seemed to have like a 2-week period where I just kind of fell off and backslid into the meth, you know?
Okay.
And then I would start doing good again. And then by then I got Drew all worked up, and, you know, we were banging heads. So.
Okay. How's your mental health?
I'm dual diagnosis, and that's why I was still staying at Insight. Like, even though I was on the run for a couple of months there, I was still checking in with my doctor and still staying on my meds. So.
Okay.
So, I mean,
what have you been
I'm feeling
diagnosed
pretty
with?
good. What's that?
What have you been diagnosed with?
I got a little bipolar, PTSD, anxiety, social anxiety disorder, and I mean, like, I don't know what the rest of it is. I mean, learning disability and math is what I got for both
Taking the Adderall for?
years ago, but
What were you taking the Adderall for?
for PTSD, not PTSD, but
ADHD?
ADHD, yeah, sorry.
Do you
Been
take
back
any
there in the
other
back for a while and fell asleep, so.
Oh. Do you take any other medications?
I take Suboxone still, Adderall, Trazodone, Zyprexa, testosterone, levothyroxine for my thyroid, and the testosterone's also for my thyroid.
Okay.
Because I'm at risk for heart attack without the testosterone if I just take the levothyroxine, because even though I'm chubby, it messes up my glucose and everything, and my heart burns a little lean. So,
okay.
So like I said, we've been working on that for about the last year and a half, pretty steady. I've been, looking into that and working with the doctors as much as possible there, and just staying on whatever they tell me.
Okay. Other than your thyroid, do you have any other physical health issues?
I mean, I take the Suboxone for chronic pain for my elbow and my shoulder and some back injuries, but that's about it.
Are you doing any programming right now?
I'm just inside on the street. I was doing programming, and then I do just ancestry stuff right now in the chapel.
Okay.
I've been getting into that.
Ms. Collier said you want to live in Lehigh with your wife and kids?
Yeah, we have a house down there right now, but my main goal is to get out back east as soon as possible and start that job so I can provide for my family. We'll probably all move out there within, like, my son graduates this year, so.
Okay. Do you have any plans for employment while you're here in Utah, or?
Yeah, I can still go back to Apache Industrial Services, and like with all this stuff going on before, I've been working at HireQuest with Ryan. They're off North Temple, even through PVP, so.
All right, is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I guess that's probably about it.
Okay, Mr. Stanworth, here's what'll happen going forward, is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stanworth. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you very much.
This is time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Sidney Charles Nelson, offender number 1351199. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent David Jensen from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Jensen, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Put your hands down. Mr. Nelson, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Okay, so APNP has 3 allegations. Mr. Nelson was an interstate compact out to Nevada. And in that, it looks like he pled guilty to a misdemeanor domestic battery in Walker River Justice Court. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll attach that to allegation number 1. Take judicial notice of that conviction. And are there any motions or pleas?
No motions, then he'll also admit on 2 and 3
Okay.
as well.
All right, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit allegations 1, 2, and 3 today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. State would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All accept your admissions to the allegations. Recommend the board revoke your January 17th of 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, thank you. He has been in custody now for nearly 3 months on his following his first parole. He is asking for 90 days with credit for those that time, so effectively an immediate release. He plans to live with his girlfriend, and he is currently disabled. He is on Social Security. His plan is to apply for interstate compact and go to Nevada when he can, but not immediately. He has not filled out that paperwork yet and doesn't plan to do that immediately until he gets a little more stable here in Utah. He did want the board to know that, or as a reminder, that he had completed the Warrior Spirit program last time. So he does know what he needs to do to be successful on parole, and he plans to follow through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nelson, is this the same girlfriend that was the victim in allegation number 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does she still live in Nevada?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Jensen, what's your recommendation?
I would recommend that he get 12 months with time credit for time served, and that he be released to a halfway house for stabilization. We don't know if he'll be able to compact back to Nevada. We don't know about the situation between him and his family and his girlfriend. I also would request that he pay the $119.68.
Yeah, that's what I have.
In extradition costs. He was convicted of a new domestic violence offense while he was on parole. It appeared that he wasn't doing very well on parole when that offense was committed. So there is a concern that he could pose a risk to the victim in this case, or to the public in general. So we would ask that he serve 12 months with credit for time served.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Nelson, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APNP. Are you willing to pay the $119.68 for extradition?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what happened on this parole.
I just had a lapse in judgment.
What was your lapse in judgment?
The fight with my girlfriend,
What was this fight over?
I couldn't tell you. That's how stupid it was.
Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today?
Okay. Okay, I have a question. Because I attached that case to allegation number 1. But the allegation says the victim was your dad?
Yeah, that was a separate
So
incident.
that was a separate incident. Okay. I'm not gonna attach that then. So you technically had 2 incidents, where one with your dad and one with your girlfriend. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One was in April and one was in July?
Yep.
Okay.
Just to clarify, he had the first incident and he was going to court in that, and then the second situation happened and he was arrested and he was subsequently convicted on the first incident and placed on, I believe he was given credit for time served.
Okay, so he was convicted twice, is that correct?
The first incident was, I pled guilty and the judge closed the case that day.
Okay.
The second incident happened after the fact.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks I just need to clarify that. Okay. Allegation number 2 and 3 involved alcohol. Did these 2 convictions involve alcohol as well?
No.
Okay.
The ones that involved alcohol, it was on the 10th of July, which was a Saturday. And then the next, Sunday I UA'd, and then I relapsed again that Sunday. I just drank and I went in, and when I UA'd and was honest about it, I texted my PO before I even went in and UA'd. Let him know that I'd relapsed on alcohol and everything.
Okay.
He never even contacted me back. And when I went into the rural Nevada counseling to UA, both times I admitted before I even UA'd.
Okay. So what was the incident with your dad about?
Family issue.
Okay.
My uncle just passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that. How did he pass away?
Just died.
Okay.
I don't know if complications. I'm not sure.
Did he have health issues that you know of?
Yeah, I had bad lungs.
Okay.
And on top of it, yeah. The fire was because my dad, all the comments he said about my uncle and what he was doing to him. It's just, I don't really want to get into it.
Okay. Okay. Did you use any other substances beside alcohol?
No, sir.
Okay. What about marijuana?
Oh, yeah. But I was, yeah.
But what?
Been working on trying to get I had to get my ID and everything. I have the paperwork sitting there to be signed and turned in.
Okay.
But I never got a chance to do that. They released me and I got arrested the next morning and came back in, so.
Okay. Is that for your medical marijuana card?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any gang affiliation?
No, sir.
How's your mental health?
It's fine right now. I deal with bipolar and PTSD. They're both severe. on top of my ADD and my learning disability.
What type of learning disability do you have? Do you know?
I have dyslexia.
Okay.
My brain scrambles everything. I still can't spell very well to this day.
Do you take any medications?
Just something to help me with sleep right now. I try to stay off of them because they make things worse. All the meds.
Okay. What do you mean by they make things worse? Like how?
They make me bottle everything up inside. They make me like a zombie.
How's your physical health?
It's all right. It's good.
Do you have any physical issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, sir.
Are you doing any programming right now?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm actually waiting to get out because I have to do, because of one of my sentences out there, I have to go back to do domestic classes for 6 months. I actually have court waiting for me on the December 12th because they pushed it out since I've been locked up.
Okay. Are you on supervision there, on probation?
I'm on probation out there, yeah.
Okay. Is that formal probation or just court?
I think it's just informal. I think it's court probation. I have to be good for 1 year with no violations of the law.
Okay.
But I have 48 hours community service I'm supposed to do, plus they said 6 months at 1.5 hours a week of domestic violence.
Okay.
And right now they pushed it out once since I've been down.
Okay. And you want a halfway house for stabilization release?
I actually want to start my interstate compact inside so I can be transferred back out there. I really don't want to go to the halfway house where there's all this crap going on there.
Okay. I would encourage you to talk to your case manager and get that started as soon as possible, okay?
I'm waiting on the release date. That's the only, I can't start it until I have a release date, sir.
Okay.
That's the only reason I haven't started it.
All right, okay.
Just to be clear, that court probation is the Walker
Yes,
River court case.
yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to know, like the board to know, Mr. Nelson?
I know I messed up out there, but I was starting a new life and I feel I regret my actions, especially with my girl. I messed up.
Okay.
Just asking for another chance.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, here's what will happen going forward. Is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Now, I know Ms. Conyer has indicated what's called an immediate release. Usually what happens is an immediate release for the board is sometime in the next 30 days. Given that you would like to interstate compact to Nevada, the Interstate Compact Office and APMP is asked to change that to at least 45 days. That allows you and the Interstate Compact process to begin. Okay, they don't want to just release you prior to that and you have no place to go or you're forced to go to the halfway house. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will conclude this hearing.
Thank you. Have a nice day, sir.
Thanks, you too. David, thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Hey, so how is everybody doing out there today? And what do you guys think about the cases that have come on so far? Let me see who's in the chat right now. Let me see. We got Pon Pon. Hey, hello everyone. We got Maribel Vasquez. Good morning, everyone. We got Justin, White Man. Leave him in. Aaron, Soper, no problem. Hey, Stacy, how's it going? Let's see who else do we got in the, or was in the chat before. Decided to switch it up today and do a little bit of Utah. There was about quite a few names on the list for Utah, so I was like, man, I've been neglecting Utah, so let me focus on them today. And here we are. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me see how many people. Does anybody recall the name of the last person that was on? So I could see where we're at in the list. And let me see, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. And there's gonna be, yeah, well, there was 26 people scheduled for parole today. So right now when they bring on the next individual, we'll see where we're at in that list. And they're probably going to bring down that camera a little bit because, oh no, let me see how to move the logo. Let me move the logo here so we can see this this individual here. Bam. Like that, we don't miss out. And I see today is a tough crowd today. All the lurkers, I guess must be all the lurkers today and the just viewing.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tuan Win, offender number 206971. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Đây là cái vụ trở lại cái vụ mà đã vi phạm quản chế của Tuấn Quang Nguyễn, số hồ sơ là 206 971, có phải là em không?
Đúng rồi chị.
Yes, that's.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm the hearing officer for this hearing.
Chào ông, chiều hôm nay đó tôi là cái người mà vụ thẩm sẽ xem cái vụ kiện ngày hôm nay.
Okay.
I will be taking testimony from both you and Adrien Baker, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please.
Thì bây giờ nó sẽ lấy lời khai của em với lại ông Baker, thì đưa tay phải lên.
Do you swear or
Có long
affirm
trọng tuyên thệ.
the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Lời khai mà mình sẽ nói ra đây là sự thật, tất cả sự thật và chỉ là sự thật mà thôi.
Đúng chị.
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hands down.
Có thể để tay xuống.
Mr. Win, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Tuấn, em đã có nhận được cái thông báo đó 7 ngày trước cái ngày hôm nay không?
Em có chị.
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Rồi nó có một cái sắp mà tư liệu đó, em có nhận được không?
Dạ có.
Yes, I have received them.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Và đã có cơ hội nói chuyện về cái chuyện đó với lại bà Connors chưa?
Dạ có.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And for the record, we have an interpreter, Ms. Guyman, with us.
Và như vậy là hôm nay em có thông dịch viên là chị, là họ là Gaiman.
And it looks like Mr. Win did have a pending case.
Và dường như đó là ông Tuấn còn có một cái vụ đang chờ để được giải quyết.
No. Xong rồi cái tội của em xong hết rồi.
No, that's done.
Yes. It was case number 2419-11661.
Thì cái đó là hai vụ 249, kết thúc là 1161.
Đúng rồi chị.
Yes.
In that case, he pled guilty to possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person as a third degree felony.
Thì trong cái vụ đó em nhận là em đã có tội về cái chuyện mà mình có vũ khí với một cái người mà bị hạn chế không được có vũ khí mà mình có vũ khí. Thì cái đó là cái tội đại hình mức độ thứ 3.
Okay, có.
Okay.
And the court sentenced him to 45 days with credit for time served.
Và trong cái vụ đó thì em bị đi tù 45 ngày mà cái thời gian mà em đỡ tù sẽ được trừ lại.
Okay.
And then possession of a controlled substance as a third degree felony.
Rồi một tội nữa đó là cái tội có hàng cấm, đó là tội đại hình mức độ thứ 3, hàng cấm là thuốc hay là ma túy gì đó.
And possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class B misdemeanor were both dismissed.
Và một cái tội nữa đó là cái tội có đồ để hút, thì tội tiểu hình mức độ B thì cái đó được hủy bỏ. Cả hai.
Đúng rồi.
Yes.
So I will take judicial notice of that new conviction.
Thì tôi sẽ ghi nhận là có một cái sự kết tội mới.
And I will attach that to allegation number 3.
Và cái đó cũng như là cái
number 8, allegation 8.
Cái tội thứ 8.
Ms. Conyers, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal sorry, go ahead, Ms. Diamond.
Và cô luật sư, cô không có hủy bỏ, không có cần phải đọc cái lời cáo trạng trên văn kiện hay không, thì không cần đọc lại.
Okay.
We will waive reading. He will admit 1 through 3. He will deny 4 and 5. I'll give the basis here momentarily.
Và ông ấy sẽ nhận từ 1 đến 3, nhưng mà 4, 5 đó thì ông ấy không nhận, và tôi sẽ giải thích theo sau đây.
On number 4, the residence, he says that APMP knew where he was and where he was living. And that he was living at that address.
Về cái tội thứ tư đó thì ở cái chỗ nhà đó thì ông ấy nói đó là ban quản chế biết cái chỗ ở của ổng, biết cái địa chỉ của ổng.
And then number 5, he said that he did not abscond and in fact was in touch with Agent Barker and left him approximately 7 voicemails.
Còn cái tội thứ 5 đó thì ông ấy không có bỏ trốn mà là đã cố tìm cách liên lạc với lại cảnh sát viên quản chế của mình, đã gọi ít nhất là 7 lần.
Okay, and then do you have the amended warrant request with 6 through 8? Kate? Okay, that's dealing with the new criminal case. 6 was by possession of controlled substance, which was dismissed. 7 was drug paraphernalia, which was dismissed, and then 8 was by having possessed a dangerous weapon, which that's what he pled guilty to in court.
So if we can handle that, how court did by striking numbers 6 and 7 and then number 8 admitting to that.
Và về còn cái số tội còn lại đó 6, 7, 8 thì là 6 đó là cái 6 cũng như là 7 đó là có cái hàng cấm, và cái thứ 7 đó là có đồ dùng để hút thì 2 cái đó hủy bỏ. Còn cái số 8 đó thì là cô ấy cũng công nhận là 2 cái kia bỏ và cái số 8 là nhận.
Nói đúng rồi chị, nhưng mà em nhận cái số 8 tại vì nó close cái án của em cho nên em mới nhận.
Yes, the reason that I plead guilty to number 8 because then my case will be closed, right?
All right, thank you. Agent Baker, what would you like to do with the allegations 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Và ông Baker, ông nói gì về những cái tội danh từ 6, 7, 8 đó?
6 and 7, I will agree to dismiss.
Thì hủy bỏ tôi cũng đồng ý ha. Cái tội 6, 7 đó được hủy bỏ.
4 and 5, I don't agree with. The address that he was arrested at.
Còn cái tội danh 5, 4, 4, 5 thì tôi không đồng ý. Tại vì cái địa chỉ đó là không có được ghi lại.
I did not have until just prior to his arrest.
Thì cái địa chỉ đó tôi chỉ được nhận sau này thôi.
And the warrant had already been issued.
Thì
by at
lúc
least
đó đó,
2 days, I think.
lúc đó đó thì là cái lệnh truy nã đã ban hành rồi tôi mới có cái địa chỉ.
Chị nói với ổng á là tại vì em cái lúc cái quên đó là cái ngày em lại gặp ổng và ổng còng em xong cái quên mới ra.
I remember that I went to see you and after you handcuffed me, after that, and then there's a warrant out for my arrest.
Not him. Không phải ổng còng nhưng mà ông Smith.
Not you, Smith. After Smith put me in handcuff and then the warrant was out.
Tại vì ổng không có ở trong office.
Because you were not at your office.
That's correct. Smith arrested him. I was on vacation and answered his phone calls.
Đúng rồi, tôi có nhiều vụ và lúc đó tôi đang được gọi điện thoại.
5, I didn't, at the time I wrote the warrant, I did not have his location. I did not have a valid phone number because he never would maintain the same phone number.
Vào cái lúc mà tôi có cái lệnh truy nã về cái tội danh số 5 đó thì lúc đó tôi không có cái số điện thoại nào mà của ông để có thể gọi trực tiếp, tôi không có số điện thoại.
Đâu, ổng có điện thoại của em gọi cho ổng, em bỏ message cho ổng 7 lần cùng một số phone của em.
I called you 7 times and left messages.
Cái phone bây giờ tụi ổng đang giữ cái phone của em.
And I think that right now you have my phone.
Không phải ổng nhưng mà Smith với cái ông người mà thế ổng để còng em giữ cái phone của em.
The person who handcuffed me, Agent Smith, he has my phone.
Okay. Kate, how do you want to resolve allegations 4 and 5?
So I
Và
did
cô
speak
luật
with
sư, cô muốn giải quyết như thế nào về cái tội danh số 4 và số 5?
I did speak with Mr. Win about this possibility on Monday. Mr. Win, Agent Baker is not willing to strike these, so you either need to, you can say no contest, or you can have an evidentiary hearing. If you want to talk to me some more, we can talk.
Thì như vậy là Tuấn, tôi đã nói chuyện với lại cậu Tuấn hôm thứ Hai rồi, nhưng mà cái ông cảnh sát viên quản chế này đó sẽ không có đồng ý hủy bỏ cái tội danh mà bà đang bàn cãi, hoặc là nhận là không phản bác, không phải là nhận tội nhưng mà không phản bác, hoặc là không muốn đó thì sẽ xin một cái phiên tòa gọi là phiên tòa trưng bằng cớ. Thì tùy để mà có thể nói chuyện thêm với luật sư, tùy em quyết định.
Không muốn là sao? Là nghĩ sao? Cái này chị nói thẳng với ổng là này đâu phải là lỗi của em đâu. Em người gọi gặp ổng mà ổng không trả lời phone, ổng cứ deny my phone. Bỏ message ổng không
This
trả
is
lời.
not my fault. I called and he didn't answer the phone, so it's not my fault.
So rồi em okay với that. Em nhận cái đó chị nó không bình thường thôi, không có gì hết, chị hiểu không? Nhưng cái nào đúng sai là sai thôi. Tại vì em là cái thằng liên lạc với ổng, bỏ message cho ổng, rồi còn thằng anh của em gọi cho ổng, bỏ message cho ổng cũng không trả lời. Tại vì em nói trước với ổng trước khi em xuống em gặp ổng á, em nói là em không ở nhà đó được nữa, là lý do em không ở nhà, tại nhà đó chúng nó nhiều cái trouble, cho nên em không thích ở đó. Em hỏi ổng đi, em đi ra ngoài. Ổng nói em
I'm all right with the board decision, but I just want to say that it was not my fault. I tried to contact him because that house is too much for me. There's too many problems, too many things going on. So I just wanted to I just wanted to tell him that I will not be at that address anymore.
Okay, here's my perspective. Kate, we lost your video, but I hope you can still hear me.
Cô Kate Conyers là luật sư, không thấy cổ, hy vọng là cổ vẫn nghe.
I'm not sure it's going to influence the board one way or the other.
Theo như tôi biết đó là không biết là bên ban ân xá đó sẽ có chịu ảnh hưởng cách này cách khác hay không.
Given that Mr. Win is on parole for possession with intent and is not on parole for a person crime.
Và dù là ông Tuấn đang được ân xá vì đã có hàng đó, chứ không phải là một cái tội hình sự.
And if they wanted to find a PDCAP exception, I believe they could just use the new conviction and the judicial notice for that.
Và nếu mà họ muốn có một cái quy định đặc biệt đó thì tôi nghĩ là họ sẽ dùng, là ban ân xá sẽ dùng cái tội danh mới, nhưng mà tôi không có rõ.
Nói ok, chị nói ổng không sao đâu, 4 năm không sao, bỏ đi. Tại vì em muốn em nói ổng là cái đó không có nhầm nhò gì với em đó, nhưng mà cái nào đúng là đúng, sai chị hiểu không? Tại em nhận nhiều lần lắm rồi cái take over em mà. Nhưng mà ok, nói là ổng nhận đi, nhận 4 năm đi, phiền quá.
Okay, I'm fine with for his decision about allegation 4 and 5. I just want to tell my side of the story, but I'm okay with his decision.
Chị nói với ổng á, tại vì chị nói không ai bóp lõ, không ai trên cái lõ làm cái gì phải trung thành, phải nói chuyện thẳng thắn thật lòng, đúng không? Chứ đừng có xảo trá để ép tội người ta.
And I would like to say that no one is above the law. So I just like people to be truthful and honest about what's going on.
All right. So with that, Mr. Win, I have that you are willing to admit to allegations 1, 2, 3, and 8. Is this correct?
Đúng rồi chị nói ông đúng rồi.
1, 2, 3 và 8 là em nhận phải không?
Đúng.
Yes.
Okay. Before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights.
Trước khi mà tôi nhận những cái lời nhận tội này đó thì tôi phải cho cậu biết về những cái quyền hiến định của cậu.
You have the right to an evidentiary hearing.
Cậu có quyền có một phiên tòa, nó gọi là cái phiên tòa trưng bằng cớ.
This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence.
Và ở cái phiên tòa trưng bằng cớ đó thì tiểu bang phải đưa ra những cái bằng cớ xác thực để mà có thể buộc những cái tội này.
The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you.
Và tiểu bang cũng sẽ có cơ hội mà đưa ra những bằng cớ cũng như là gọi những nhân chứng.
You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses.
Và em sẽ được đại diện bởi một luật sư miễn phí cho em. Và cái người luật sư đó sẽ chất vấn, đặt vấn đề, đặt câu hỏi với lại những nhân chứng của tiểu bang.
You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf.
Và lúc đó em cũng có quyền gọi nhân chứng cho mình.
If you admit to allegations 1, 2, 3, and 8 today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing on these allegations only.
Nếu mà em nhận tội 1, 2, 3 và 8 ngày hôm nay thì có nghĩa là em đã từ bỏ cái quyền có cái phiên tòa trưng bằng cớ.
Now, APMP has agreed to dismiss allegations 6 and 7.
Và ban quản chế đồng ý hủy bỏ tội danh số 6 và số 7.
But they have not agreed to dismiss allegations 4 and 5.
Còn hai cái tội 4 và 5 thì họ không chịu hủy bỏ.
So the board has the option to order an evidentiary hearing on those allegations.
Thành ra ban ân xá sẽ có quyền gọi một cái phiên tòa trưng bằng cớ về hai cái tội danh đó.
Do you understand this?
Em hiểu không?
Em hiểu chị.
I understand.
I will accept your admissions to allegations 1, 2, 3, and 8.
Như vậy đó thì là cái lời nhận tội của em về tội danh 1, 2, 3 và 8 đó. Ban ân xá sẽ nhận.
Okay.
Okay.
And recommend the board revoke your July 16th of 2024 parole.
Và sẽ xem lại cái vấn đề ân xá của em trong những cái khác.
Okay. And I will turn the time over to you, Kate.
I just want to confirm something that I thought that he had said to Ms. Guyman, which is, I thought he said that he would agree with Agent Baker and say even a no contest. He just wanted to explain his side, that he was willing to do no contest. Can we clarify if on 4 and 5, which is the residence and the absconding, if you are saying no contest or if you are saying deny and that you would be willing to have an evidentiary hearing?
Và như vậy nè, cái cô luật sư Keat đó, cổ vừa mới nói là theo như tôi hiểu qua cái lời dịch của cái cô thông dịch viên Guyman đó, là ông Tuấn đó nói rằng cái tội thứ 4 và thứ 5 đó thì ông ấy có thể là đồng ý với lại cái cảnh sát viên quản chế, chỉ muốn giải thích câu chuyện thôi. Nhưng mà nếu mà là muốn giải quyết và đồng ý với lại cảnh sát viên quản chế đó thì là phải nhận đó là không phản bác, hay là em hoàn toàn không có nhận hai cái tội đó và muốn có một cái phiên tòa trưng bằng cớ.
Nói vậy là ok, không có no contest, ok.
I'm okay with no contest on 4 and 5.
Okay. All right. I will change the denials to no contest on 4 and 5 then. I think it was about the time we lost you, Kate. I said in this thing, it doesn't really matter. He's on parole for possession with intent. It's not a person crime.
Mm-hmm.
Other than he does have a history of absconding. But if the board wanted to find an exception with the PD cap, the new conviction would accomplish that.
Okay. I just didn't want to risk having an evidentiary hearing on those two just in case.
Okay, I understand that.
Họ vừa mới nói đó em, là nhắc lại rồi nãy là khi mà cổ bị mất đó, thành ra ổng mới không có nhắc. Thì bây giờ đó về hai cái tội mà 4 và 5 đó thì là cô luật sư của em nói đó là không có muốn có cái phiên tòa mà có trưng bằng cớ về hai cái tội đó. Hai cái tội đó là một là cái chỗ ở, cái thứ hai đó là tìm cách trốn đó. Thì bây giờ là em sẽ nhận là không có phản bác.
So what he is requesting is, he has two requests. If he can terminate within 2 years, he would like to do that. If not, he would ask for parole with 180 days and credit for the time he has served.
Cái đầu tiên ông ấy có hai cái điều yêu cầu. Thứ nhất á, là nếu mà có cái kết thúc sớm dưới 2 năm á, mà kết thúc sớm á, thì là ông ấy đồng ý. Còn nếu không mà dài quá đó, thì ông ấy xin được quản chế 180
He doesn't
180 ngày và cái thời gian mà ở tù được trừ lại.
he doesn't currently have family here, but while he is in Utah, he does have an address and he does have some work to do. He does nails. It sounds like he's a nail technician and a cook, so has some good employability. But it sounds like at some point he'd like to terminate either in custody or out of custody as soon as possible so he can join his family. And that's all I have.
Thì bây giờ đó, ông ấy không hiện tại bây giờ không có gia đình ở Utah, nhưng mà có công việc, hình như là ông ấy là làm móng tay và có công việc ổn định. Nhưng mà cái mà muốn kết thúc sớm là tại vì ông có thể xong chuyện ở Utah để mà có thể gặp lại gia đình mình.
Chị nói với ông á, là tại vì em ở Utah á, là 25 năm nay chưa có gặp lại gia đình của em. Em không có phải cái thằng muốn có tội, em cái thằng là lúc nào cũng tôn trọng người ta hết á. Em cần cái sự quản chế để em về lại với gia đình, em làm lại cuộc đời mới của em thôi.
I live in Utah for 25 years and I haven't seen my family for all those years. And I do respect people and I would like to have another chance to turn my life around and be with my family.
Rồi chị nói với ông là tại em có thằng cần agent của em biết em là một cái thằng rất là respect, nhưng mà em có cái khổ tâm là em yêu thương. Lúc mà em yêu thương em bị trục trặc về cái tình thương trai gái á, là em sẽ bị hư hỏng. Em muốn ở lại đây.
And my agent know that I'm a respectful and good guy, but my weakness, my problem is when I have when I have a bad relationship that will affect me, and I couldn't think when that kind of things when I'm in that kind of situation.
Agent Baker, what's your recommendation?
My recommendation would be a termination. I have had him on my caseload for 6 paroles now, and every time I've sent him back with almost identical circumstances.
Và hỏi là cảnh sát viên quản chế thì thế nào, thì ông ấy mới nói là có thể ông ấy cũng đồng ý kết thúc sớm, tại vì ông ấy đã có em một thời gian lâu rồi, mà mỗi lần mà em trở lại cũng đều cùng một cái hoàn cảnh giống như vậy.
Chị nói với ông Baker đó, em không phải là người không có tôn trọng, em rất tôn trọng, cảm ơn cũng nhiều, nhưng mà em có ông biết cái tánh tình của em, cái thằng có cái trái tim yêu thương, em bị sốc là ốc của em, cho nên
And I would like to tell my agent that I do respect him, and it's just every time that I have love problem, I'm shocked, and then I just went bananas.
So he has made reference to the cook job and nails. In the past, I have never been able to verify that he actually does that for employment. He's always wrapped up in drugs and new cases for distribution. That is the only verification I've been able to come up with for employment.
Và cái ông cảnh sát này, ông nói đó là tuy nói là em làm móng tay, nhưng mà chưa có bao giờ mà ông có thể xác định được cái chỗ mà em làm. Nhưng mà chỉ có đó, cái mà ông có thể xác định được là em cứ gặp vấn đề về ma túy rồi dính lại ma túy thôi.
Win does not do well on parole. I don't think he is capable of doing parole and following the guidelines of the board. So that's why my recommendation is termination. Because if not, we'll be back here in a couple months doing the same hearing all over again.
Thì tôi biết đó là cái cậu này đó, thì là nếu mà ở ngoài quản chế đó sẽ không có thành công. Thành thử ra nếu mà có thể đó là tôi cũng có nghiêng về là đi tù và kết thúc sớm. Chứ nếu không á, trở ra quản chế thì lại trở lại đây nữa, cũng y như vậy.
Mr. Win, did you use any drugs on this parole?
Tuấn có hút không?
Em không có hút, hồi xưa thì em có, nhưng mà em đã bỏ hút, mà em chỉ bạn gái của em hút thì em đụng chạm với kiếm tìm cách kiếm tiền thôi.
In the past, yes, I used, but I stopped. But my girlfriend, she's an addict, and when I'm with her, I try to make money and doing things.
Do you have any mental health issues?
Em có bị tâm thần không?
Đúng, em có cái đầu óc em nó kêu bằng cái ring concussion gì đó.
Yes, because I have a concussion in the past, so I have a mental problem.
Do you take any medications?
Em có uống thuốc không?
Em có uống thuốc nhưng mà bây giờ nó đưa ra ngoài ra em chưa em không có thuốc bây giờ.
Yes, but I haven't received any medication for some time.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Còn cái sức khỏe trên người của em thì sao? Sức khỏe của em nói chung?
Tốt.
Good.
Chị nói với ổng á, bây giờ ở bên này em đang ở ngoài COADY này, em đi học cái lớp MRT, Relaxation, Life Skill, Thinking Area and Recovery, whatever, ở Hackler.
I'm at this county and I'm taking classes. And Mr. Win said a few, I
got MRT, life skills, and thinking errors.
Yes, and relapse too. I do.
Relapse prevention?
Yes, I have that last right now too.
Relapse prevention.
I signed for all the last right now. The amount I can.
What city do you plan on living in?
Như vậy đó thì một khi mà ra đó em dự định là đi tới thành phố nào em ở?
Em về ở trên West Valley, em không ở dưới downtown nữa.
West Valley, don't want to stay downtown anymore.
Okay. All right. I think I got everything. Okay, Mr. Win, here's what will happen going forward.
Như vậy nè, tôi nghĩ là tôi đã có đầy đủ tất cả những thông tin cần thiết. Thì Tuấn bây giờ đó sẽ sắp tới là như vậy.
I will type up my report and submit it to the board this week.
Tôi sẽ viết cái bản báo cáo và đưa cho ban ân xá trong tuần này.
Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision.
Thì nếu mà 3 trong số 5 đó là cái quyết định nào mà của 3 người nó sẽ nhiều hơn.
Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail.
Thì một khi mà đã có quyết định rồi đó thì tôi sẽ viết cái văn kiện đó gửi cho em.
If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website.
Nếu mà em có bạn hay là gia đình gì đó thì họ có thể kêu họ lên cái mạng của ban ân xá đó thì họ có thể đọc được.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Em có hỏi gì không?
Nói ổng em cảm ơn nhiều quá vậy.
No, I just would like to thank you. That's all.
Okay, then we will conclude this hearing. Thank you.
Phiên tòa như vậy là đã xong. Cảm ơn em.
Cái nói giải trình và với cả nói cảm ơn ổng là xin cho em termination, nói em cảm ơn ổng nhiều.
And I would like to thank my Asian bakers for agreeing to early termination. Thank you.
And và luật sư.
And my attorney also. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Guyman. The board appreciates your help.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Ms. Guyman.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Chào em.
Thanks, Cache County.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Javon Fire Thunder, offender number 211112. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting this hearing today.
Okay.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Stephen Baker from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right. I will be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Put your hand down. For the record, Agent Baker was sworn in at a previous hearing. He is still under oath. Mr. Fire Thunder, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I have.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
All right, so Kate, Mr. Fire Thunder did have a pending case, case number 241407251. And in that case, it looks like he pled guilty to disorderly conduct as a Class C misdemeanor. The court sentenced him to credit for time served to close the case. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, with that, I will amend allegation number 1 from battery to disorderly conduct and take judicial notice. Do you waive formal reading of this allegation?
Yes, we do.
And can I assume you're going to admit to it as well?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Fire Thunder, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to this allegation as amended. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, before I accept this admission, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to this allegation today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept your admission to amended allegation number 1, take judicial notice of the new conviction, recommend the board revoke your January 10th, 2023 parole. I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What we're asking for is 90 days with credit for the time he's been in custody, which is approximately 2 months now, and asking for another opportunity at parole. He plans to live in North Salt Lake with his daughter's mother. He plans to return to the same job he had at CP Industries, which is a warehouse. And he also plans to pursue his HVAC license certification. So he'll be returning to college for that. He does know what he needs to be doing to be successful on parole. And so he'd like the opportunity to show that.
All right, thank you. Agent Baker, what's your recommendation?
I'm in agreement with Ms. Conyers. It looks like he was doing relatively well before this incident happened. So.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fire Thunder, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I was doing pretty good. I just had a little personal issues going on when this incident occurred. And I honestly didn't, conduct myself like I should have, but I felt like in the situation I was, kind of fight or flight, and made a bad decision to fight. So, that's what it kind of.
Personal issues with the victim?
No, kind of just with myself. I was kind of going through some things with my family at the time. That's why I was in the situation. I was at the store and I kind of got into this tussle with somebody I didn't even know. And so I kind of felt like I was kind of threatened and so I acted, and which was a bad choice for me. And but I knew I had a lot of things going on. I just had a baby, and which I was a provider for my family, for her and my daughter's mom. And I was going to school and I had a full-time job. So I had pretty much everything going pretty good. I just had made a bad choice.
Did you feel threatened by this other person?
Well, I did at the time because I didn't really know. I thought he was high on drugs or something because of the conversation and where it was going. And but I don't really even know I don't know this individual. I've just recognized him from past,
Okay. How could you have handled it differently?
Honestly, if I just didn't even talk to the guy, I guess, or give an acknowledgement, but I know better. Like I knew better to even be in that area at the time because that's a bad area. I was just not really, going through things in my head the right way. or dealing with my emotions, you know, so, but I know now that like, I wouldn't be in that area again, matter, you know, so I
I
wouldn't
mean,
be. in
here's
a
my thing,
situation like
right?
that.
You're at a 7-Eleven, you're already having a bad day, somebody else is having a bad day. And as you said, it's a bad area. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Not necessarily the best, not the worst I've ever been in. You get in a fight with this person at 7-Eleven. You just mentioned your daughter and she was newborn.
Yeah,
There's a possibility now she doesn't have a dad, right?
exactly.
I mean, because you didn't know this person.
No,
Who knows what happens, right?
exactly.
Next time you're in this situation, I hope you think of something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
definitely.
It's a possibility nowadays,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
No,
Are you gang affiliated still?
no, I'm not, but I'm documented. I mean, I haven't been affiliated since 2014, so
Okay. How's your mental health?
good.
Ever been diagnosed with any issues?
When I was like 18, I was diagnosed bipolar and depression, but I was on medication and I quit taking medication and I mean, I've been able to get through some things, you know what I mean? Kind of deal with it myself, but I know my PO wanted me to do one-on-one therapy, which was in the works, you know? So I plan on that, keep going.
You take any medications?
No, I don't.
How's your physical health?
Good?
Are you doing any programming right now?
No, not of right now.
Are you a tribal member?
What is it?
Are you a tribal member?
Oh, no, I'm not. I haven't got my enrollment. I used to be, but something happened, so I'm in the works right now, getting it back enrolled.
Okay. What tribe is that?
Oglala Lakota?
Okay. So they don't have any resources here in Utah, do they?
No, they don't. I was looking into the Sacred Circle. That's what I was doing my treatment through. And the urban center.
The Indian Walk-in Center?
Yeah,
Okay. I know what they call it, the urban, but okay.
yeah.
Okay. As long as you can use those resources. I'm sure obviously the Lakota don't have a recognized tribe here in Utah. So accessing those resources would be a little bit difficult for you. Okay.
I was doing my Medicare because my Medicare kind of like it paid for my therapy. So that's kind of an option when I get out too.
Okay. Okay, good. I mean, just as a suggestion, you might want to contact the Lakota tribe, see if they can offer you anything while you're here in Utah.
Okay.
All right. The worst thing they can do is say no, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or you know, okay. Plan on living in North Salt Lake with your daughter and her mom?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No.
All right, Mr. Fire Thunder, here's what I'll have to go forward. I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right, with that, we'll conclude this hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Baker. Thanks, Kate.
Yep.
We'll see you next week.
You're right. Thanks so much. Bye, Baker.
This is a parole violation hearing for Kevin Blatnick, number 221003. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. We have here with us Counsel Kate Conyers representing Mr. Blatnick and Agent Laylock representing Adult Probation and Parole. Thank you both for being here. I will be taking testimony from you, Mr. Blatnick, as well as Agent Laylock. If you'd both raise your right hands, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Blatnick, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Did.
Do you have any questions or concerns about that information before we proceed with today's hearing?
Yeah, basic everything. So I let my mom know about everything that was written in there, like the aggravating factors and everything. And my mom had instructed me that she's gonna notify the district attorney about the said aggravating factors because she feels like it's perjury. And she said that there's a good possibility that there's gonna be charges filed.
Are you referring to, and this is in the warrant request, some of the information from Adult Probation and Parole in that document? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, because it's got a lot of slander in there about my wife and my kids that's not true. Every time when I was out and about with my family, I was putting in the footwork like I had been instructed with printed out resumes to go and try and find a job. And on there, it also explained that I got kicked out of therapy, which is really weird.
If you don't mind, Mr. Blatnick, so the purpose of today's hearing, this is a parole violation hearing, and Adult Probation and Parole has made various allegations that you violated parole. You have an attorney here. We're going to be entering pleas to those allegations, and we'll have discussions as needed as the hearing goes on. So we'll continue with that if that's all right with you, and then you certainly will have an opportunity to speak on that. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to meet with your attorney and discuss today's hearing prior to arriving today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So we'll proceed with that. Didn't mean to cut you off. I certainly will give you an opportunity to speak, but we do have some procedural matters before we do that. So there's 4 parole violation allegations. I note up front, I believe pending case 241910432, charges of aggravated assault felony 3, which corresponds with allegation 2, domestic violence in the presence of a child, which felony 3, which corresponds with allegation 1, assault misdemeanor A, which I believe is not alleged, and interfering with a peace officer misdemeanor B, which also is not alleged. Looks like a preliminary hearing is scheduled for November 14th, 2024. Am I understanding that correctly, Ms. Conyers? And
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of that pending case after today's hearing. Ms. Conyers, would you like to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, we would like to waive formal reading of the allegations, and we'd like to deny the allegations at this time, and we'd make a motion to continue this for 60 days so that Mr. Blatnick can resolve these charges. And I will say, Mr. Blatnick, I know Mr. Manning said that you offered to let you speak. I would highly advise that you don't, because I know what you want to talk about goes to these allegations. My recommendation would be to handle those in court, and then when you've fully resolved these charges, we'll have another opportunity to talk about them, okay?
I would just before also with Ms. Conyers' input there, the outcome of this hearing almost certainly will be a continuance until that case is resolved. So I would just concur with what your attorney has said. Obviously, you're here with this hearing and can represent yourself, but I would also note that I believe almost certainly the outcome will be that continuance. So just so you know, but Mr. Blatnick, your attorney has indicated that you would like to enter denials to the 4 allegations and have a paper review so that this pending case can be resolved. Is that how you'd like to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board note those denials and set a paper review for 60 days to track that pending case. Agent Laylock, do you have any additional input or information that you'd like to present at this time?
No, I was just gonna say he's got a
court hearing on November 14th for the pending criminal charges.
Okay, the one detail I noticed, and certainly not to instruct on any action, I believe the allegations there's an assault and an interference with a peace officer that have not been alleged but filed. So certainly you have the opportunity, if you'd like to amend those as we move forward. Certainly, once it's resolved, could also be appropriate.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Blatnick, your hearing is going to be continued to await the adjudication or resolution of that pending criminal case. The board will almost certainly set a paper review to track that case. What that means is we will have staff look into what is happening in the case. Once the case is resolved, the board will schedule another hearing. If that case were to result in Board of Pardons jurisdiction, that may be a parole violation or original hearing. If there is no Board of Pardons jurisdiction, then it would be another parole violation hearing similar to today. I do encourage you to notify the board when that case is resolved, when a relevant action is taken. That will trigger us to take appropriate action on that, the next hearing. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And do you have any further comments or questions for me at this time?
No, other than what I was gonna say had nothing to do with the case or anything like that. It actually had to do with the aggravating factors and the recommendation that my APMP had recommended because so I didn't come back on any kind of new charges, like any like sex offense charges or anything like that. So I've already done the SO program. So trying to redo the program when I've already barely was able to skate by that program with the skin in my teeth, and that program isn't even like based off of my crime specific. It's mainly based off like people with pedophiliac behaviors, like child molesters and everything. And my victim's 10 years older than me from back in 2014. There's nothing in that program that's ever been able to reach my specific guidelines for my groups or any of that. And like I already did it. I successfully completed it back in 2020 and I got out in 2021, the first go around. So trying to redo that said program, it makes no sense. And then the aggravating factors as well, like my family, they've never been in harm in anything. Like, yeah, I made a mistake back in 2014, but that's not real. You know? And not even just that, but I got robbed of seeing my son come into this world April 7th when he was born this year because of an evidentiary hearing that the same parole officer had recommended. And I should have been out January 31st to see my son be born, and I got robbed of that. And I feel like that's unjust, like, you know? Especially after just losing my dad and everything else, like literally. I've gone through so much, like since I've been back, I literally just barely got out of the psych ward, thank God, because miscommunication from Gunnison, and there's already a lawsuit right now with Gunnison because of that. And it blows my mind that I've been dealing with all this crap since I've been back. And yeah, once all the charges do get dropped and dismissed, I plan on doing a termination, because I told you guys when I was back on that second violation that I knew for a fact that I would never get a chance to make it out there in society due to being stuck with Laycock as an APMP agent. It's not fair. Okay, I got denied going through Alpha because he messed up on my TAM application. He admitted to me, my mom, and I recorded the conversation in his office on my phone that's been sent to not even just my mom, but also random family members as well, just in case my phone gets submitted into evidence and that video recording is gone. So he openly admitted that that's why, you know, on my TAM application. And we got told when we get out, our TAM application, we can't get a job within the time frame of that. So I was out almost 2 months because of that crap. I got kicked out of group, and he told me, oh, let Adam from Alpha know that you're going to do therapy through APMP and let them know by calling them. So I had called them, letting them know that. And Adam said, okay, that's fine. Whatever works. I let my parole officer know that. Everything was fine because, yeah, I wasn't able to find a job due to the fact that I was out of work for 2 months, basically turning down really, really high paying jobs, waiting for a TAM application to be approved. And the week of my arrest, I got a call
from the district manager of Dollar Tree, his name's Alonzo, that I was able to return back to work. And I wasn't able to do that because I got sent back on the BS that I'm back right now on. And it's not fair. Like I told you guys, and I've been trying to tell you guys since time and again, I will never succeed with this guy being my agent ever. I had a good agent. His name was Okanowski. He got transferred. I never got told in any kind of advancement that I was getting switched. And I got told by Kay Coons when I was in the psych ward, AP&P agent that is doing probation instead of parole. She said that I could request to try and get placed on probation through you guys if I'm granted another chance at parole, to see if that was a possibility. Because maybe, just maybe, I'm praying to God, because I know he does exist. He blessed me with my son and my awesome family. I feel like as a juvenile, I was able to complete probation successfully. I know I could do it again as an adult. It's easy, you know, but it helped me out with trying to strive further in my life. And now that I got my wife and my kids, that honestly, I did everything I could. Like I sold everything I had to make sure my wife and my kids were taken care of. That does not sound like somebody that would harm their family. And in the aggravating factors, yeah, there are charges that will be placed against the said AP&P agent that had tried putting that on my paper for slander and harassment. Technically, it is what it is, and my mom's going to make sure that goes federal, because it's not fair.
Well,
And
thank
he
you for your
trying to say
comments,
that-
Mr. Blatnick. At this point, we are out of our scheduled time. I have taken some notes on your statements. I actually put in my report the recommendations that you've made mention to regarding treatment. At some point, those recommendations will come into a relevant, they'll be discussed at a hearing and a decision will be made. So I will include those in my report before I submit those to the board so that they can be considered moving forward, as well as the other comments that you've made today. With that, like I said, I will be recommending that the board take judicial notice of the pending case related to the allegations, note the denials, and set a paper review to track that pending case. With that, thank you all for being here and participating in today's hearing. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
On record.
This is a parole violation hearing for Brandon Redenbaugh, number 224486. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I note and recognize we have here with us Counsel Kate Conyers representing Mr. Redenbaugh and Agent Sosa representing Adult Probation and Parole. Thank you both for being here. I'm going to be taking testimony from you, Mr. Redenbaugh, as well as Agent Sosa. If you'd both raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Redenbaugh, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
I was told by my attorney, yes.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so that disclosure packet contains the information the board will be considering. You do have the right to 7 days written notice. Are you comfortable moving forward with the notice that you did receive about today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any questions, concerns, any inaccuracies in that disclosure packet that you'd like to discuss before we proceed today?
No, sir.
Okay, and did you have a chance to meet with your attorney to discuss today's hearing before we or have met today?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like there's 8 parole violation allegations. I note pending case 241910843. I believe a charge of burglary, felony 3 is pending. That's related to allegation 5. Possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, felony 3, related to allegation 6. Theft, misdemeanor A, related to allegation 7. Property damage or destruction, misdemeanor B, related to allegation 8. Manufacture, possess burglary tools related to allegation 4. It looks like a scheduling conference is set for November 18th, 2024. Is that, am I understanding that correctly, Agent and Counsel?
Yes.
That's correct.
I'm going to recommend the board take judicial notice of that pending case after today's hearing. I'll note that up front. Ms. Conyers, would you like to waive formal reading, and how would you like to proceed?
Yes, we would waive formal reading of the allegations. We would ask to enter denials at this time, and we'd make a motion to continue for 60 days. We believe that should be enough. And then I've given him instructions on how to write the board a letter once he's done with that.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Redenbaugh, your attorney has indicated you'd like to enter denials to the allegations, and she's made a motion to continue, set a paper review for 60 days to track the pending case. Is that your understanding? Is that how you'd like to proceed? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Well, I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board note the denials. Agent Sosa, do you have any input or additional information you'd like the board to know about?
No, we're good with the continuance.
You're good with the continuance? Okay, Mr. Redenbaugh, your hearing is going to be continued to await the adjudication or resolution of the pending criminal case. The board will almost certainly set that paper review. It looks to me like 60 days would be appropriate. What that means is we'll have staff assigned to track that case. Once the case is resolved, the board will schedule another hearing depending on the outcome. If there's Board of Pardons jurisdiction, that hearing would be a parole violation and original hearing. If there is not Board of Pardons jurisdiction, it will be a parole violation hearing similar to today's hearing. I do encourage you, just like your attorney, it sounds like you've discussed, let us know when that case is resolved. That will trigger us to give us notice, and we'll take appropriate action so we can get that process started. Okay? Does that make
Okay.
sense to you?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any other further comments or questions for me?
No.
Okay. With that, thank you all for being here, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. This is a parole violation hearing for Louise Sebastian and CISO number 253666. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I recognize your attorney we have here with us, Ms. Kate Conyers, representing you in today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony. I know also we don't have an APMP representative with us today. I will be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that packet before today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any questions or concerns with that information before we proceed?
No, I don't.
Okay, and did you have a chance to meet with your attorney prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So it looks like there's one allegation, I think pending case 241910938, 3 counts of failure to remain at an accident involving serious injury, felony 3. I think those relate to allegation 1. The probable cause statement dates correspond with the alleged allegations, but I think what is alleged in the body there is different, but so I believe they correspond there. And obstruction of justice, felony 3, which has not been alleged at this point. It looks like the preliminary hearing is scheduled for November 7th, 2024. Am I correct on that, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm going to recommend the board take judicial notice of that pending case. And Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, we'll waive reading at this time. We'll ask to enter denials and then we'll make a motion to continue. We discussed 60 days to
Okay.
continue. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sebastian and CISO, your hearing is going to be continued to await the adjudication or resolution of the pending criminal charges. The board almost certainly will set that paper review, and I think a 60-day paper review sounds appropriate to me. That's likely what I'll recommend. What that means is we will have staff here at the board monitoring and tracking that case, okay? They'll look into it at that 60-day point. Once the case is resolved, the board will take appropriate action and schedule an appropriate hearing. If that case results in Board of Pardons jurisdiction, that would be a parole violation and original hearing. If that case does not result in Board of Pardons jurisdiction, it would be a parole violation hearing similar to the one we're having today. I do encourage you, I believe as your attorney mentioned, to notify the board when that case is resolved, because that will trigger the action to get you on the appropriate calendar. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
Do you have any further questions or comments for me?
You said something about the board of jurisdiction. What is that like?
Basically, what board jurisdiction means is a case results in a conviction and a prison sentence being imposed, time being served at the prison. If that happens, the Board of Pardons has jurisdiction. It just changes the type of hearing, but non-jurisdiction would be the charges are dismissed, or you're acquitted of the charges, or there's a conviction, but like the case is closed. That would be non-Board of Pardons jurisdiction. So they're kind of complicated terms there, but that's just the general. You're going to have another hearing at some point in the future, but that type of hearing will depend on the outcome of the case. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. So a case closed or acquitted or drop charges would result in just like a regular just a hearing and stuff like that.
Correct.
Violation.
Parole violation hearing, and you'd have to the allegations would still be there. We would have to deal with those through the parole violation process, but that would be the type of hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments or questions that you have for me?
No.
Okay. With that, thank you both for being here, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
This is a parole violation hearing for Christopher Morrison, number 226350. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. We have with us your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, representing Mr. Morrison. We also have Agent NGUYEN for adult probation and parole. Thank you both for being here. I am going to be taking testimony from you, Mr. Morrison, and Agent NGUYEN today. If you'd both raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet and have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions or concerns about the information in that packet?
No.
And did you have a chance to meet with your attorney before today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like there's 10 violation allegations. I think the warrant request said criminal charges would be screened in relation, if I'm understanding correctly, allegation 6, the possession of a firearm by a restricted person. It says charges will potentially be screened federally. I think my review of the allegations suggests additional criminal behavior is being alleged as well. The quote, the distributable amounts of methamphetamines allegation, as well as the drug paraphernalia. As of yesterday, as far as federally, and then today, as far as the state side, I don't see any pending charges or new charges in the case. Agent, do you have any update on charges or screening of charges?
Yeah, I reached out to the agent in charge of that, and the gun case, she said, has been submitted for federal charges, and there's just formalities. There's going to take about a week or two to complete before going to the grand jury. So she expects to have an indictment by next month for him.
Okay. And so charges being screened for okay. And as you've explained, thank you for that information. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
So with that information, what we'd like to do is enter denials on all the allegations at this time. We'd like to motion to continue for 90 days and to watch that case. It sounds like he may be indicted by next month. So 90 days to watch that.
Okay. Mr. Morrison, your attorney has indicated that you'd like to enter denials to all 10 allegations, and she's moved for a continuance for 90 days to track the potential filing of criminal charges as explained. Is that how you'd like to proceed with today's hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I find your denials entered knowing and I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board note those denials. Agent, do you have any additional information or input that you'd like the board to know about?
No, not at this moment.
Do you agree with the 90-day paper review?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Morrison, your hearing is going to be continued to await the adjudication or resolution of these potential criminal charges. What that means is the board will likely set a paper review to track the case. We'll have staff assigned to track that case on the appropriate dates. Once the case is resolved, the board will schedule an appropriate hearing. Given that they're federal charges, I think once that is resolved, whatever outcome it may be, probably a parole violation hearing would be the outcome, but it depends on really what happens moving forward. I also encourage you, as things move forward, when things are resolved, keep the board updated so that our staff can have that information and take appropriate action, okay? Does that make sense to you, Mr. Morrison?
Yes.
Do you have any further comments or questions for me?
No.
Okay. Well, with that, thank you all three for being here and participating today, and wish you the best of luck. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for parole violation hearing from Mr. Justin Adam Stenton, offender number 233275. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Samuels. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. Both you and Agent Johnson will be giving me testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you both swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stanton, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over that with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Was there any questions that you had? Was there anything wrong that your attorney's not aware of?
No.
Okay, let's move forward then. Good afternoon, Kate. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
It has been a very long time. Hi.
Okay. AT&T has 12 allegations. 5 of them are in reference to outstanding case 241910154. 1 count of possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, a 2nd-degree felony. Another count of possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, a 3rd-degree felony. Possession of a controlled substance, a Class A misdemeanor. Retail theft, a value between $500 and $1,499, which is a Class A misdemeanor, and use or possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor. Now, while I was preparing for the case, I found that there's still a preliminary hearing that, let's see here, that needs to happen. Is that correct?
That is correct. So it was our anticipation to enter denials and motion to continue for 90 days.
Okay. Agent Johnson, do you have any issues with that?
No, I don't. That's what I would request.
Okay, very good. Mr. Stanton, based off of what your attorneys just described, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well then I recognize that you've knowingly and voluntarily entered these pleas. Now I recommend to the Board of Pardons and Parole that this case is continued prior to the adjudication of case, 241910154. And if nobody has anything else, we'll go ahead and conclude.
There was one other case that I believe he has a warrant currently on. It was a minor case, but it looks like they've got the warrant, so I'd like to, unless I'm seeing that wrong. I apologize. My computer, of course, has to refresh right when I'm prepared, so.
You're okay.
It may have been a justice case. Let me see. Yeah, so it looks like it was a Class B possession case. It's 241-406-028. And it looks like they've issued a warrant. It's only $150, but if we could get it taken care of, I don't know. I just wanted you guys to know about it, so.
Are you gonna update your warrant request?
Yeah, I'll update it to make sure that it's on there.
Okay. I'll go ahead and add that down on the paperwork. Then Kate, any thoughts on that?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, very good. Well, and I appreciate everybody's patience and thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
I think so.
On record.
All right, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for parole violation hearing for Mr. Stephen Arnold England, offender number 224621. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Hello, Mr. England. My name is Robert Samuels, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. You'll be providing me with testimony today, along with Agent Holmes. I'll need to place you both under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. England, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over that information with your attorney?
I did, yes.
Was there any questions or anything I need to be made aware of?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. Let's move forward then. We're here today for parole violation. APMP has made 3 allegations. Kate, do you wish to waive formal reading and enter, please?
Yes, we do wish to waive formal reading. We will enter, please. He'd like to deny number 1, and I have some information about why we are denying it. He'll admit 2 and 3. If I may, I'll just give that information now. He
Okay.
talks about how he did actually do his check-ins. He was about to do his second check-in and get into it. So he did leave, he did leave the program, but he was going to get himself into a new program before the second check-in and was planning on checking in, but then he was arrested first. So he is denying absconding. So we're hoping that APMP will strike that. Agent Holmes, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you willing to strike number 1?
No, not at this time. So we were never notified prior to his leaving, and we were never notified prior to any second meeting that he had left the center. We didn't receive any notification at all prior to him being arrested in this moment. Like, so I don't know. It's absconsion to me. Like, if he didn't notify us and he just leaves, there's nothing I can do about that.
So Stefan, what that means is APMP is willing to have an evidentiary hearing on this. Your choices are to plead no contest or admit, if you or have an evidentiary hearing. If you prefer some time to speak about this for a minute, we can chat.
Just go non-contest.
Okay, we'll
I'd like
change.
to take accountability for my actions regardless of the situation.
Okay, fair enough, Mr. England. Thank you for that information. So if we could go back and enter a no contest on number 1 rather than a denial.
Okay, done. Mr. England, based off of admissions to allegations 2 and 3 and a plea of no contest to allegation 1, I will recommend that the Board of Pardons and Parole revoke your 9/6 of 2020, excuse me, your 8/20 of 2024 parole date. Let's go ahead and move forward. Kate, what would you like to add?
Thank you. What we'd be asking for is 90 days and another attempt at parole. He's been in custody now since September 6th. So we're asking for 90 days with credit going back to September 6th and giving him another opportunity at parole. If granted that, this would be his 5th opportunity at parole. He does plan, he has been working hard to get into a program. He's looking at 3 different programs, Haven, Renaissance Ranch, and Wasatch Recovery. He can live with his sister, who is currently living in Morgan, but may be moving closer to Salt Lake City, so we'll see. But either way, wherever she is living, sounds like he can live with her. And it sounds like he's very employable. He does plumbing work, so he should be able to be successful. It sounds like he really is trying to be better and working hard at being better and knows what he needs to do to be successful on this parole. He is, just so you know, he is modified.
Okay, very good.
I would like to add part 2 that modified. So the reason I left my program was because prior to leaving prison, I was having issues with my former gang, which was SAW. One of the main individuals that I was having issues with was at that program, First Step. So that's why I left First Step. I didn't contact my APMP agent because I thought that I would be given the amount of time till my next check-in to get into a second program. And that's why I thought in my mind that it wasn't absconding, because I had a second check-in lined up. I was going to go to my second check-in, But before my second check-in, a board warrant was set out for my arrest, and I was arrested prior to that second check-in. It was actually on a fluke too. I was outside cleaning up, and an officer rolled up. It was kind of late. It was about midnight to 1 in the morning ish. And an officer rolled up, just asked me my name just on a whim. I wasn't doing anything wrong. And he ran my name, and it said that I had a board warrant. So then I was taken into custody. Since I've come back to prison, I have been working with LEB agent Hanson's, both of them, to get the qualifying stuff to get my patch of saw covered up. I'm working with them to get or not covered up, sorry, taken off, what's it called, the tattoo removal.
Yes.
So I've been working with them with the modified and with them for the tattoo removal. So.
Very good. Just kind of as a caveat for the future, if there's going to be any change whatsoever to your residence, to employment, to you moving treatments, you gotta let your agent. Okay, it's better safe than sorry. Just let your agent know. We can avoid probably most of this stuff. On a side note, I really commend you for making a choice to leave your gang. I understand that that is not an easy decision to make, and there are ramifications that come along with it. So good for you on that. That's very admirable.
I appreciate that, man. A lot.
Of course. APMP, do you have anything you'd like to add?
APMP is requesting 180 days before his next opportunity at parole. We would also recommend that he attend a residential substance abuse treatment program as part of that.
And that's RSAT in prison, is that right?
Out of prison.
Okay.
May I ask that there be a stipulation for MAT treatment? I am an addict, and I believe that the MAT program can help me, and maybe even a stipulation to where I get started in prison so I can get what would be the stabilized on it before I get out of prison.
That's something that you'll need to go through the side to start. That's something that the board can't order. It's just part of going to be your substance use conditions. I would recommend that you go through, start the ball rolling with your case manager and go through medical, and then start MAT before you parole.
Okay, thank you.
That sounds like a fantastic idea, so that's good. APP, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. So you got one disciplinary, the substance use back on 10/19 of 2024. Why did you do that so close to this hearing?
Your Honor, I was part of it. I'm an addict, and I'm trying to overcome that addiction part of my brain. I made a bad decision, and I'm trying to move forward from them, and I apologize for it.
Okay.
Like I said at the start of the hearing, I want to take accountability for my actions. I've been in this place, whether it be Gunnison or Draper, too long. My mentality about prison has changed so drastically in the last little while since I've modified. It's hard to overcome those negative thinking patterns and negative thinking errors, and that was just one of those, and I succumbed to the dark side, but I am trying my best.
Well, you made a very valiant first step towards that. Let's see here. Tell me about your mental health. How are you doing?
You know what? I've got a lot of support this time. When I was out on the streets this last time, I had my sister, Elizabeth Betts. She came into my life. So we were separated at pretty much birth, but I was born 8 years before her, but we were both adopted by different families, and she actually reached out to me this time, and she wants to take part, and she realizes that I am not in the best place in the world, but she wants to help me, and just having that extra support, because don't get me wrong, I've had support from my girlfriend in the past, Ashley Burke. She's been there for me for the last 5 years. Like, she's helped me with my support. But having somebody actually from blood relations step up and be like, look, I understand you're in a bad place, but I want to help you. That meant the world to me. So my mental health has improved a lot because of that. She's been taking an active part since I've been back to prison. She's visited me. She's answered my phone calls. You know what I mean? Like, so.
That's very good. Are you taking any meds? Do you have any diagnoses or anything like that?
I do have diagnoses for PTSD, anxiety, and depression. I'm not currently taking any medications, no. I need to revisit mental health. I was on the Lamictal last time I was here. I was on the Lamictal for 10 months or 9 months, and if you look at the last 9 to 10 months of my prison stay last time, I had no write-ups up until the very, 5 days before I went home. I got an out-of-bounds write-up or something of that nature, but it was the most time that I've been write-up free in prison. So I think that will help me to get back on those.
Good.
So.
Very good. Tell me real quick about your addiction.
My addiction?
Yes, sir.
So my addiction has been with meth and heroin for the longest time. More so meth than heroin. However, heroin has been a big part of my abuse in this cycle of coming back to prison. And when I first started to come to prison, my biggest fear was making prison a revolving door. And unfortunately, that's what I've done, is made it a revolving door. But my biggest fear is still continuing to make prison a revolving door. However, my addiction has made it so I'll get out, I'll do good for 30, 45 days, and then I'll relapse. And then before long, I have lost my residence and I'm on my way back to prison. The last 2 times, I didn't even make it for very long out. With the discrepancy on this one, I can understand where Holmes is coming from and where he put that warrant out because, well, I didn't notify him. So therefore, in his mind, I was absconding, but still, my addiction has put me in this situation for the last 10 years of my life, 9 years of my life.
So, including MAT, how do you stay on top of your addiction?
So in here, I've done programs in here. A lot of the time I work out and do stuff like Fit to Recover when it was offered in Conquest. I did graduate Conquest.
When did you graduate Conquest?
I want to say it was 2020. So I have done the Conquest program. I did a little bit of MRT when it was offered in Max. I wasn't the reason that I got taken out of it. Unfortunately, something happened during that MRT class where they no longer offered it to active gang members in Max. So I got taken out of that. But while I was in Max, I was involved in that MRT program. I think I was on my 5th class or 6th class, but I did that. While I'm in prison, I make sure to have a schedule. I wake up in the morning at breakfast, obviously, go to breakfast. I come back, I work out. After I work out, I do a mental checklist of everything that I need to get done for the day, whether I got to call home at a specific time or whether it's I got to do my laundry, anything like that, the daily chores that I've got for myself, I take a mental checklist of what I've got to do and I put them in order from most important to least important, and then that's what I start working on throughout the day. So I do all those, and then I just keep to that routine every day. And when I'm in that routine, it helps me to mentally, it helps me to actually think about things. And I need to just transfer that from in here to on the streets.
When did you start using?
So around 12 years old is when I started using. I've been a lifetime user up until this point.
How did you get started? I mean, was it friends? Was it family?
It was friends. So at my grandmother's house, right up the road. Well, so I would go to my grandmother's house every day after school. She was our babysitter, and there was only a couple kids my age around, and I didn't really necessarily get along with them. So the people that I chose were a little older, and they were already into the smoking weed and doing pills and stuff like that. And unfortunately, I fell into that trap at a very young age because of that.
Are you gonna end up going to a treatment house again? Is that what you said when you parole?
So the last 2 times I've been ordered by the board to do the treatment. I don't know if, yes, I think that yes, I do need to, but I want to try outpatient for once. I haven't ever done an outpatient. However, if it's ordered to, I will either be going to the Haven, Renaissance Ranch, or Wasatch Recovery. Ellie B. Hansen is the one that recommended those 3 programs. He said that they were really good for people who are on the track of modifying and trying to do good with their life. So that's where I got those. I've already reached out to them tentatively and asked them what it's going to require for me to get in. Obviously, I haven't reserved a bed or anything yet.
Probably need a date. I'm familiar with all 3 of those programs from when I was an agent, and they're all very good. So your agent's right. Okay. What's the biggest thing you want to work on to make some long-term change in your life?
My work goals.
Give me a brief. What does that mean?
So in the past, when I've gotten a job, I've gotten out and I've started working within 3 days. So the first 2 times I got out of prison, I was working within 3 days of being out of prison. In both those jobs, a second paycheck would come and I would think that I needed to reward myself. And the only way I knew how to reward myself was to go and use. So work goals as in learning to balance and budget my money from work in a way that is positive and healthy. So I do have a company named Koch Mechanical, KOCH Mechanical. They are a plumbing company. They are going to, if the position is still open, they are going to hire me back on. And as part of that, they are going to put me through college. As long as I can keep a B+ average, which I don't see that being a problem. All the way through high school, I kept like a 3.9 GPA, 4.0, give or take. So I don't see that being an issue as long as I can uphold that GPA, that they're gonna push me through the college at no cost to me. So
Okay. Well, you've answered all my questions. I'm very appreciative of your time. It really sounds like to me, you know what you need to do. APNP is supporting you in that. You need to make sure that you're thoroughly communicating with your agent, and it helps them do their job. So, so they know what's going on with you. So if they need to offer something different to you, they can. I understand exactly what your attorney has stated, and I'll make sure that the board is aware of all sides. Do you have any questions for me real quick?
No, I think we covered it with the questions earlier in the.
Okay, so what will happen next, Mr. England, is I'll get my report and recommendation to the board by the end of the day tomorrow. The board's a 5-person panel, so when 3 board members in agreement, that will be their decision, and you can expect to have that decision in writing in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anybody have anything else? Okay, we'll go ahead and conclude. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Pardons. Mr. Cochamps, you and Agent Lunt will be both providing me with testimony, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Cochamps, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to meet with your attorney?
Yes.
Was there any questions or anything that I need to be made aware of?
No.
Okay, let's move forward then. APP has made 3 allegations. Allegation 1 was not filed in court, and then allegations 2 and 3 are technical violations. Kate, do you wish to waive formal reading and enter pleas?
Yes, we will waive formal reading. We'd enter denials at this time, and we'd make a motion to continue for 60 days so that he has time to finish his pending case.
Okay, I didn't see that pending case, but I will make sure that that gets in. Agent Lunt, are you okay with that?
Yes, APNP is good with that.
Mr. Cochamps, are you aware of what's happening?
What's that?
Your attorney has requested continuance pending adjudication of a case. Still outstanding. He has agreed to that. Is that what you would like to do?
Yes.
I find that you've entered this plea knowingly and voluntarily, and I will make my recommendation to the board that this case is continued. Does anybody have any questions?
Nope.
No.
Okay, Mr. Cochamps, I appreciate your patience and thank you for showing up today. Now, if the case adjudicates before 90 days, will you please notify the board via KIET, and then we can get you back on the calendar sooner?
Yeah, it should be adjudicated in like 3 weeks, a month, so I
Okay.
will.
Perfect. Just let us know and then we can get the ball rolling quicker for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. We'll go ahead and conclude, and I thank you everybody for your time.
Thank you.
On record.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Justin Lawrence Anderson, offender number 210699. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Hello, Mr. Anderson. My name is Robert Samuels, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. Both you and Agent Parker need to be sworn in. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to speak with your attorney?
Yes, I did.
Is there any questions or anything that I need to be made aware of, or are we good to move forward?
No, we're good to move forward.
Okay. APNP has 3 allegations, and they're all based off of new criminal case 241700352. 1 count of theft, the value of $1,500 to $5,000, a 3rd-degree felony. Unlawful acquire, possess of a transfer financial card, a 3rd-degree felony, and unlawful use of a financial card, $1,500 to $5,000, also a 3rd-degree felony. Kate, do you wish to waive formal reading and enter, please?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading. We'll enter denials at this time. We'll make a motion to continue for 60 days.
60 days. APNP, anything to add to that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, do you understand what's happening?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you good with what your attorney is requesting?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Very good then. I find that you knowingly and voluntarily enter these pleas. I will recommend to the Board of Pardons and Parole that this case, is continued with a 60-day notice to check to see if it's been adjudicated. Now, Mr. Anderson, if it does adjudicate before 60 days, will you please contact us? You can send us a kite and let us know so we can get you back on the calendar sooner.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir, I don't.
Does anybody else have anything?
Nope.
No. If nothing else, we'll go ahead and conclude, and I thank everybody for their time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Kate. It's nice to see you after.
Yeah, nice to see you. So will I be seeing you more often then?
You know what? I don't know.
We'll see.
I plan on staying with originals right now. I'm kind of comfortable with that, but if they need help for parole violations, I'll definitely come across and help.
Okay, well, maybe I'll see you soon.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or